You ready to go live? Oh, I don't know. We're good. Okay. All right. Good evening. Welcome. This is the Wednesday, July 20th Town Council workshop regarding the library expansion. I'll call this meeting to order and note that all town councilors are present. We also have a number of guests from the library joining us. And Director Crowell, do you want to introduce who you have?
Austin Smith with Simon's Architects.
John Lanham with Demon Associates, private fundraising consultant.
Well, welcome. So today I asked John Anderson to coordinate a facilities workshop. It was kind of an output of some of our earlier discussions around the budget. So I'm going to pass it to you, John, to help guide us through today.
Yeah, thanks, John. So today is really hyper-focused on the library expansion. We wanted to bring the library forward because there's been a lot of good work that's done and share it with the council. I think the plan is potentially to put a referendum forward this year, and that's something that will likely happen next month at the earliest is my guess, or the latest, I suppose. And so before we get there, making sure we have the latest information. There were some questions that came from the budget conversation, I think, where we wanted to make sure the library could come forward and talk a little bit more about operating expenses with the council and have a better understanding of what that might look like in the future. In addition to a few other questions that I think the councilors had, just to make sure we really understood the scope of the project, the timing, and just give you guys one more opportunity to make sure before we go into that referendum conversation that we have as much information as possible. So really just pass it off to Nancy and team to just kind of walk us through.
Great. We each have a part of the presentation, so we're going to start with President Donovan. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really, we want to express our sincere appreciation to giving us this time today to be able to update you. We've been out straight working on this project literally for years, and no one has been more helpful in getting us to where we are than the town council. The funding has allowed us to have engineers, architects, a fundraising campaign. It's been, so we can't thank you enough, and we are very appreciative. The goal of the workshop today is really to address the key questions that have arisen. John Anderson is the representative from the town council to the Board of Trustees of the library and has done a terrific job of trying to focus what the council and members of the public who are interested in this project want to know. And we're prepared today to address those questions. I would like to say just a word about due diligence. In the 3 years that we've been working nonstop on the project, we have reviewed every aspect of it. We've reviewed alternative sites. We've reviewed the size of the building. We've reviewed its configuration and layout. We've looked at the costs and the implications of costs and what kind of fundraising we could accomplish, since Scarborough really has no history of fundraising for public projects like this. And so there's a whole series of things that we have really dug into in the last 3 years. The result of this is we're at a stage now where we believe we have the best option, the best alternative of all the ways in which we've looked at this. And we're ready to present it to the town council and hopefully the public in November. We have a number of people here to speak today, but we're going to try and keep our comments succinct and invite discussion at the end. Susan Powell is the board vice president and chair of our building committee and is going to give us a building update. Austin Smith is a principal at Simon's Architects and will discuss the revised building costs for which they have retained a professional estimator. Nancy Crowell, the library director, who is a gift to Scarborough, if you don't know that by now, she truly is going to discuss the future operational costs. John Lanham is a vice president of DeMont Associates, has been invaluable at being beside, at our elbow every step of the way to keep us on track. We're not professional fundraisers, and it's been an extraordinary accomplishment. And last, Jim Cooper, who has really stepped up as a board member to take our Vote Yes committee and our community outreach efforts to develop the support that we're going to need in November. So with no further ado, I'm going to ask Susan Powell to take the baton.
When I was 6 or 7, I was allowed to ride my blue Schwinn to the library 2 or 3 times a week. It was a few miles from home and I made the trip all by myself. I had my own library card, the first card that I had with my name on it. We had an observant librarian who understood my thirst for reading and would set aside the newest Nancy Drew or the orange biographies of famous Americans like Clara Barton or George Washington Carver. Later, she introduced me to unforgettable books like The Secret Garden and A Wrinkle in Time. Even today, 60 years later, I can remember the awe I felt when I finished reading those books. This experience at my local library gave me my first sense of independence and allowed me to explore the world through books and sparked a lifelong love of learning. My husband and I have lived in Scarborough for 15 years. As I've done in all the towns I've moved to, one of the first stops when we were new in town was to get a library card. At the time, my sense of the Scarborough Library was of a bustling but tired building. I'm now on the library board of trustees and the chair of the building expansion committee. Planning for the expansion started in 2016 with a strategic plan done by the library board. We were deemed a high priority in the townwide comprehensive plan and received funding for planning 3 times from the town council. At the beginning of our expansion planning, we reached out to dozens of patrons, held focus groups, and met with residents and businesses. As momentum increased in 2019, we commissioned Anders Dahlgren, a nationally known library consultant, to help us determine the right size for our library expansion for today and into the future. Soon after, we hired Simon's Associates, and using Dahlgren's programming data, we developed a building plan. The architects helped us determine the most cost-effective expansion would be to remain on the current library site, centrally located on the municipal Oak Hill campus with close proximity to the schools. Our current building is about 13,000 square feet. We worked with the architects for about a year, developing a building plan to find the right size for the expansion. We tried a smaller footprint and then a larger one to arrive at our current 2-story, 35,000 square foot building plan. Scarborough comes in dead last if you look at this comparison of library sizes. Scarborough comes in dead last if you look at the size of area libraries versus town populations. Even with the increase to 35,000 square feet, we will be in the middle of the pack of libraries in Maine with our current population. The present library is more than 30 years old and has had minor interior renovations, but no additional space added in that time. Meanwhile, over the past 30 years, the population of Scarborough has just about doubled. This expansion is planned to meet the needs of Scarborough residents now and long into the future. We can't come back to the taxpayers in a few years and ask them to approve another expansion if we undersize it now. We updated you, the town council, on February 18th of this year about the expansion. The plans for the new library haven't changed since then, but I encourage you to check out the library website for an interactive tour of the architectural drawings or to visit the library for details. We also can go through plans. We brought a couple of things that we can show you if you have questions about the layout. With the expansion, we'll be better community partners. The expanded library will provide a covered waiting area outside the entrance for more convenient pickup and drop off of children and books. It has a central open atrium, which can be used for events or as a community gathering spot or as a place to exhibit work by local artists. We'll have acoustically separate spaces for teens and children. We'll have an enlarged staffing and storage area to accommodate volunteers and expand our resource sharing between libraries. We'll have a larger meeting room. Our current meeting room holds about 50 people. The new meeting room space will be flexible and could seat 150 or more with possible breakout spaces. We'll have an increased number of community computers adjacent to the large meeting room and improved accessibility of books and other materials for our patrons with less mobility. By increasing the number of meeting rooms in the expanded building from 2 to 7, we'll have more flexible spaces for collaborative after-school projects for students, for teen meetups, for the genealogy group, for our 3 book groups, for our community artists, our quilters, sketchers, and knitters, and many options for meetings in a private and neutral space for citizens or business partners. The large meeting room on the 2nd floor with up to 150 seats is flexible and will accommodate movie nights, AARP tax prep groups, author talks, and increased after-hour programming. A healthy, thriving Scarborough needs a healthy, thriving library to best serve the community now and into the future. We have a unique opportunity right now to provide increased flexible resources for the Scarborough community for the next 30+ years. We strongly encourage you to allow the Scarborough voters to decide on the library of the future in November. We have a chance to inspire future generations, like I was as a young girl, to explore the world through books and develop a lifelong love of learning. Next up is Austin Smith. He'll walk you through the revised cost estimate for the building expansion. Thank you.
Susan, thanks very much. And I have to start by acknowledging my partner, also a principal at Simons Architects, Kayla Karen. She has done the heavy lifting. She's been the project architect. She can't be here tonight. She's out on parental leave with her 3-week-old daughter, who is quite possibly the newest resident of Scarborough. So we miss her this evening, but I will carry the weight tonight. So we started working with the library in 2018, December of 2018. We've gone through a series of programming, planning, and as Bill mentioned, right sizing of the facility. We have to date completed 20% of our design work. Our team has included civil engineers, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural engineers. So it's far more than just architecture. As I mentioned, we're at 20%. I know Nancy has received some public feedback on the design that can be incorporated. For instance, the flat roof at the entry. So again, that can be tweaked as we go forward. I wanted to start off by going to the cost, because I'm sure that's one of the primary concerns. And if we could project this slide, this is our projection of project cost. And I wanted to give a little explanation. The number at the top of the sheet is the construction cost, and that is the bricks and mortar cost. And the remainder of the spreadsheet covers what we call soft cost. And those
they have this in their packet as well.
And to sort of outline some of those soft costs, it does include architecture and engineering fees. Those are all based upon the BGS, the Bureau of General Services fee structure. It includes the approvals, material testing. One important thing it does include also is furniture, fixture, and equipment. If we are expanding the square footage, we need additional shelves, tables, chairs, and so forth. So we've accommodated for that in our soft cost. It includes builder's risk insurance. It includes an owner's rep who represents the owners through the course of construction. And finally, it contains an owner's contingency of 8% to cover unforeseen conditions and any incidents that arrived during the course of the construction. And in coming up with our construction figure, I sort of pride myself on the fact that our office has done 29 libraries. We have a lot of historical square footage cost for libraries. We consult with contractors in the area who've also done libraries. But in February, we assembled our schematic design and passed it off to an independent third-party cost consultant, PCM of Yarmouth. And they conducted a CSI format, complete material takeoff for the design to date. And they came up with a figure. And within that report, they included a 6% cost escalation. They also included a contingency of 10% to cover things that they didn't see, or what we term an estimating contingency as well. So we had that figure, and I think we've shared that figure with you before. But 3 weeks ago, Nancy and the library charged us with updating that, and we revisited the figure with PCM Construction, and we asked them and challenged them, what trends have you seen in the last 4 months, and how should we accommodate for those? So they revised their estimate. They included an additional 3% and an additional 10% escalation to get us to September of 2023. So those escalations are accounted in the figures that you see. And I want to reiterate, there are contingencies for cost estimating, there are contingencies for the owners, and there are very healthy cost escalation factors for inflation. We see that trend for the last 3 months, and we've made accommodations for that continuing until the start of construction. So we've been very conservative with all our figures because we feel as though that's the right approach to do. And with that, I think I am turning it over to Nancy.
Before the crystal ball comes in, there's been a lot of interest in the operating costs for an expanded facility, and I did provide that information in your handouts. They are categories, but behind each category, I did provide some detail in order to make that possible. I want to just reinforce the fact that we have always tried to contain our operating costs. We have a very good reputation of being conservative in everything we've done in our operating budgets. Going forward, we expect that philosophy to continue. We always look for cost savings, and that will be true in this facility as well. Keeping in mind the conservative approach, however, I want to also let you know about the historic experience of new libraries, which is that it's very common for library service to expand by 50% upon opening a new building. And so we have to factor the impact that will bring to our operating costs. That will not only affect operating costs, but it will certainly affect staff as well, the need for staffing. There are some services that we're going to be able to offer that I think will find new technologies to help us accommodate. Things like self-check, things like self-reserves. There will be things that we can do for some of that 50% increase. But there'll also be costs we do not have control over. And I will turn to heating and ventilating as a very obvious one. We'll be able to offset electrical costs with an increase in solar panels. But we're also looking for the most efficient methods of heating and cooling that we can find within the project. So that will be an emphasis. We've again charged the architect to see what we can do for efficiencies. We have a reputation of being environmental stewards, and we'd like to keep that reputation sound. I have been in touch with the sustainability committee. We'll be meeting with them for a good conversation about things that they're aware of in terms of future technologies. So we'll use our town's expertise as well. I want to mention that the larger building will include more service contracts, life safety issues. Every fire extinguisher has to be inspected. Sprinkler systems need to be inspected. We're going to have an elevator for the first time, so will be a new service contract. So we tried to factor those increases in as well. And then I mentioned staffing, and I have spec'd out full-time equivalents without particularly mentioning staff we will have an opportunity to review our organization chart. We expect there'll need to be somebody more in control of the building than currently is the case. We're going to have a wonderful new facility with some fairly sophisticated building plant issues, and we want to be sure that we have a person or persons available to maintain that. And then we'll also obviously have an increase in the need for programming. And I expect there'll be a staff person in our near future who will be more focused on fundraising and development. Libraries of our size are finding that that's an important position. We are a nonprofit corporation. We do have the ability to do that. So that would be a natural for part of the increase in staffing. So again, I want to mention that that is a full-time equivalent. In our current library, we have many part-timers, and it may be for us to staff a library over 6 to 7 days a week, and certainly morning through evening. The part-time staff person is very important. So it doesn't necessarily mean 3 full-timers with full benefit packages, but I wanted to reflect what an equivalent might be for 3 full-timers. And then I also wanted to mention that there's going to be some potential offsets that we don't enjoy now. We're going to be better at fundraising. So I expect our annual fund goal could increase by potentially $25,000 a year. It's currently $52,000. So I'm throwing that out there. I think that that is possible going forward. We'll have meeting spaces that we can lease, and so there'll be some rental income. So I think there will be some offsets as well. And so I've projected some 35,000 for some additional offsetting revenue. So again, these were categories, but behind each category are some very specific studies done to talk to a lot of experts, people who have experienced, contractors, grounds maintenance people, the architects have helped us as well. So this again is certainly a draft, certainly a projection. We don't know what our even what our floors are going to be yet. So we can't do a lot of detail, but we certainly felt it was valuable, as I know several of you have expressed, it's valuable for us to take a look at what the operational costs would be going forward. So I projected about a 24% increase based on fiscal year 23's, this current year's budget for comparison. It would be a 24% increase. So obviously 3 years from now, our budget will be larger, so the proportions will be lower, but I wanted to give us some sort of a scope. So I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to John Lanham, our
Great.
fundraising consultant.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Good to see all of you again. Nick, good to meet you. You'll all remember that in February, when we came in, I gave a brief summary of our planning service, or otherwise known as the feasibility study, that was conducted by Audubon Associates earlier this year. We contracted with the library in early 2020, actually, and then we all know what happened. So we took a pause. We helped the library navigate what we called a period of ultra VUCA, vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in terms of not understanding the impact of private philanthropy in the market over that period of 1.5 to 2 years. We finished that study earlier this year, like I said, and if you'll recall, we cited that if properly motivated and the library were able to raise $450,000 this year alone in cash gifts, that a projection would be a minimum of 2.25 million could be raised with a 5-year pledge period following the passage of the referendum. Over the past few months, we've actually secured substantial private funds that are adjusting our target for this year, putting us in the range of a 1-year total of 750,000 to 1 million raised by the referendum. That can obviously not be done and not be successful without the support of these leaders here, as well as a campaign cabinet of 10 volunteers who are making personal, face-to-face private solicitations of many, many donor prospects in the community who have interests in many facets of building a better Scarborough for tomorrow. Since we are still in what we call technically a quiet phase of our fundraising campaign, we still like to speak in ranges. At Audubon, we don't like to set a public goal until at least 80% of the funds we've projected are raised. But the gifts secured to date suggest that we want to up our range to 2.75 million minimum and 3 million private funds are available if that 5-year pledge period is adopted. That would be including this year's gifts and running until 2026. We should also note that we are raising conditional pledges. If the referendum passes, we have locked people into 5-year pledges with signed gift forms. That total has raised over $100,000 and counting. We do expect this number to grow substantially in the coming months as volunteers solicit prospects who are interested in 5- and 6-figure conditional pledges. We are very buoyed by the fact that donor prospects see the expansion as a once-in-a-generation opportunity that will really help their community and their neighbors. At DeMont, we do believe that not putting the bond measure on the fall ballot will result in opportunity costs lost in terms of not only private philanthropy support for the library, but other possible future prospects with projects with other not-for-profit organizations, and a loss in goodwill with those citizens participating in this private philanthropy effort. Lots of celebrations, very buoyed by that success. Happy to answer questions once we get to the Q&A period. Thank you. Pass it off to Jim.
So I'm sort of the end of the train here because I don't have all these skills except that I've been on the library board, and many of you recognize that I have, I had brown hair like John when we started this whole thing. So after COVID and my wife dying, all that stuff, we're here. And as a small business owner, I was asked to speak a little bit about community involvement, and the community involvement has been just stunning. And, I've been around long enough to get a spidey sense of when people are with you and when they're not. And so I should just point out this here. Okay, it's 90 degrees outside. Anybody else with half a brain is where it's cool with a cool drink somewhere near the water. But these people are here because of the importance of this project, and I want to thank them. So I'm not going to belabor it, but a couple of things I did want to point out is that, Susan started out with her story. When you engage people in the library, virtually everybody has a story, even people who don't read. And so earlier this year, we were, at an information table at the polls, and a woman came up to me and she said, well, I'm not much of a reader, but I go to the library every week. And I go, huh? And she said, well, I'm raising my 11-year-old granddaughter, and I need 1 day a week just for some adult conversation. So I go to the knitting group every Saturday morning. And believe me, there are a lot of people that do that. There are a lot of people on fixed incomes that they tally it up. They say, I can use the cloud library. I don't have to use Audible. So there's $150 a year. I can use my library card anywhere. I can get Minerva stuff. I can use the technology, the computers. They can come in and get tax help. And so, I'm not going to talk about the change in the mill rate. That's Tom and other people. But I did a rough calculation for a middle income family with property, and they're getting more out of their Scarborough library as benefit right now than any of this is going to increase in terms of the bond. I can tell you that. Another piece that Susan talked about was the after school and how easy it is to get from campus to the library. For some of those middle schoolers, they're getting that same freedom. Now, Susan rode 2 miles on her Schwinn. So these days, if they can walk from the middle school to the library, that's an accomplishment of independence, guys. So that's okay. But that's what they really feel like. And having it on the campus in the alternatives that Austin and his team looked at, people in our private polls say that's the right place for it. It's the right place to be. In addition to the after school help, the library does pre-K stuff. So it's supportive of the schools in a lot of ways. There are early readership things going on in the libraries that ultimately help the schools, and it's a collaborative relationship. Austin talked about the detailed cost analysis, and I don't know, how many contingencies did you count? I counted like 19 here. So there's a lot of contingencies built in this. We've done due diligence. When Bill said, we've been working overtime on this thing. Most of the people around this table have been working a lot harder than I have. And they've been working, lots of hours every week to make sure that this happens and make sure that the numbers that we give you are confident in, and that that bond figure is going to be bondable, and we're going to hit the number, and we're going to have a great building. Couple of other points, Nancy talked a little bit about the increase in usage. Well, those of you who are business people or who have that sense, I'll tell you what, increased usage is a good thing. It's a good thing. The fact that the library is going to have a little pop after this, and I was trying to do a Lake Wobegon thing about how we're gonna be average at the end of the whole thing, but truthfully, that table that Susan showed you, where we come out as just in the middle of the pack, well, that's based on the current population of Scarborough. I've done some looking at the new demographics and trying to project those out, and not growth rates or anything, just looking at ACS statistics and a couple of other things. We've got to build for 30, 40 years out there. And when John talked about this is a generational opportunity, it is a generational opportunity. And we had people that really feel that strongly, that this is the time where the town is ready and willing to stand up and help. So a lot of reasons to do it. It's right-sized, once in a generation, supportive of, it's a collaborative work with schools. So I'm going to just close by, I meant to bring like the stack of emails, because for some reason everybody forwards them to me, and I sent Nancy a little screenshot of my inbox just to drive her nuts. So here are just a couple of excerpts. This was BCAP, and I don't know if any of these people are here, so if they are, my apologies for truncating your messages. BCAP said, when I decided to move from my home in Portland 5 years ago, Scarborough was one of the places at the top of my list to consider. The library was a huge selling point for me, and walkability to it was also. I moved to Scarborough knowing very few people who actually lived here, but I started making connections through the library. I came to the movies. Oh, by the way, brand new movies for, free if you have a library card, which were mobbed. And they're still mobbed. It's about connections for older people in the community as much as it's about collections. And so that is the fastest growing segment of the population in this town. It's women like these two here. What's the polite way to say that?
Women of a certain age.
Oh,
Age.
And I know what age it is, because that Wrinkle in Time was my favorite book too. This is a note from B. Lacasse. I sincerely hope that you decide the time for the library is now. I feel comfortable saying that that the consensus at a recent large Prout's Neck gathering was this was the only project the whole group could get behind was the library. At this point, the idea for any other project is speculative. In the case of the library, the due diligence has been done. The project has been in the works for a year. The expansion is needed, and the Scarborough voters should decide. And then Kay Freeman, our library is vital community resource that provides important services to all age groups. It operates in an undersized building with a staff working in inadequate space. The library board is undertaking a major fundraising effort to defray taxpayer costs. And we have been working on this a lot. So please let the voters decide. And, the last thing I would say, undersized building with staff working in inadequate space. I would echo Bill's point about you have a special resource in Nancy Kroll. And, I go to a lot of these events as a trustee, and I show up at everyone, and there's Nancy. So, she has been just an inspiration to all of us and keeps us moving. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Bill, who's got one thing to say, I think, and then we're on to questions.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you have some questions for us. We're hoping that if we can satisfy you, that you could unanimously, you may not necessarily in November, vote for this. You may have some personal predisposition to not, but that you would unanimously support allowing the voters of Scarborough the opportunity to decide if a bond should be issued. Thank you. John, back to you.
Thank you.
You just want to open it up for questions. So anybody on the council have any questions? Jean Marie?
Yeah. Thank you for a very good presentation. I'll tell you right up front, I support putting this out to the vote, so you don't have to convince me. That being said, though, I do have a question that has come up from constituents and mailings I've gotten or phone calls. And that is, what is the cost to move the library temporarily? Because that would be part of the cost of everything. So I thought I'd throw that out there since I've gotten that question from folks.
We are investigating locations to move to temporarily. First, let me say that the reason we're moving is because it makes for a faster construction project. It also keeps everybody safe. We don't want to have a construction zone that people are walking through, and particularly students. So the intent is for us to vacate the property, fence off the location to keep the kids out for safety again. And we are prepared to, I'm diverting a little bit, but I want to get the full picture here. The intent is for us to really focus on safety as well. So we're looking at a couple of locations right now. We're keeping our eye out for potential real estate that will open up. We have a current budget of about $800,000 for moving, for the cost of lease for 15 to 18 months, for storage and for operating, which requires you to refit the building. So we're gonna have to have internet and public bathrooms and those sorts of things. My last review of some of the options in the community suggests that that might be high. I certainly hope it is. But until we find the location, we don't have that number. We're certainly going to be looking for good citizen steward donor / commercial spaces. There's a possibility that we can get a reasonable or better rate on a space by finding the right partnership. So we took worst case scenario. And that's the number that I had currently used in my working budget. But again, my most recent review suggests that's high. We have also just not expected to put that cost in the town side of the ledger. The part of the fundraising is to offset those costs. So we are not including moving costs in the cost of our bond request, which is $13 million. Any overage on the cost of the estimate that you've seen today, which is over 13 million now. We are also anticipating using private fundraising to offset that number. So we have several cost factors. We've got the whatever over anything that exceeds the 13 million we'll cover with private fundraising. All of our relocation costs will cover with private fundraising. And we have also used some of our private fundraising to date to cover some of our fundraising expenditures. We had a $250,000 CIP request. We've only used 150,000 of it to date. And we have intentionally diverted some of our, what we had anticipated using town funds for, we've intentionally used private funds to offset those costs.
Great, thank you.
The other thing that Nancy didn't say is that these are active conversations that are going on with at least two major organizations in the city that have property that can help us. So those are under works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken?
Yeah, also, I thought it was a good presentation. Nancy, did I just hear you say any unexpected overage of this construction would be privately funded? Is that correct?
That's
We
correct.
can get that in writing?
Yes.
And I say that because I support moving to the voter also, but what we can't afford to do is move something to the voter that falls short.
Mhm.
Because that just happened with our last referendum. And I'm not sure how we've answered that yet. So I have a design question. I understand you were the architect. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And I thought I heard you say you were 20% finished with the design today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you explain that to me?
Well,
What type of design
we
is?
have probably four primary areas of design. Our first is schematic design, and that represents 20%. The next is 40%, which is design development, which is very intensive as far as engineering goes. And then the final is construction documents. And that will probably take another 8 months to complete. But we haven't committed those funds yet because of we don't have approval to proceed. So
And you say you're using a estimator consultant out of Yarmouth. Who'd you say that was?
it's PCM, Preferred Construction Management.
And we should say that Austin's team came up with a price. And then we also had PCM come up with a price, and they were
Pretty close.
In agreement, yes.
they were in agreement, so.
I had one more question. It was your projected cost increases on your agenda packet. Now, that's asterisk, so I'm assuming that the figures in there, utility grounds and operations, are actually increases from current operational costs. Is that correct?
These are all increases, correct? We have
Increases.
factored in our existing costs, and these are all increases.
Okay. So then on the revenue side, your annual funds and fees, you have $35,000. Is that an increase in additional funding and
Yes,
fees?
that's on
Okay.
top of our current income.
Then it makes sense to offset the current cost. Want to make sure that. That's all I have right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I followed the narrative quite closely and this process, carefully for several years. So I understand, the long journey that it's been for this team. And there's been a number of setbacks along the way. However, there's been consistent support along the way. And I think, Bill, you mentioned yourself that the town in various times appropriated significant amounts of money, over $500,000 ultimately, to keep the project going. And that ticker is not stopped ticking yet. And I was going back to figure out what, I've looked through all the materials, and the thing that is noticeably absent, but vitally important for us to have in order for us to fulfill the fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the number is valid and that we need to put that forward now in the view of other priorities are hard numbers. You've given us 2 pages of numbers that we can't possibly reconcile. So I'd like to ask, what was the number that you put into the budget for the capital request? And what was the delta? And your one slide of figures that you have here, what is the case by case, the line by line reconciliation for all of those? Because frankly, those numbers are not believable to me, and they're totally inconsistent with other things that we're seeing in terms of estimates for construction cost increases. So I'm personally having, in this meeting, in this moment, a very difficult time trying to turn toward the direction of making a decision as a fiduciary to recommend. So can
Dawn,
you help me with that?
Let me respond to Dawn to start. You can do the
Certainly.
numbers, but I can do the fiduciary responsibility because it's the library board ultimately that has to look at these. I believe and Tom or John can walk us back in terms of the CIP number, but I believe our original CIP was 13 million in terms of what we thought was going to be bonded. And we're within striking distance of that right now. So that number since February has not changed. And Dawn, we've gone through every number that you've asked us to go through. We've looked at a lot of them. And please, the one that if you were going to poke holes and stuff, you might say, well, we've overbuilt this a little bit because of all these contingency factors, because Austin's team really does. We've got we've got an owner's contingency, and then we've got, risk insurance involved, and we've got a couple of other things. Well, that's taking a very conservative approach. As a library board, we decided we needed to take a conservative approach. And that's what we've done. The one thing that we didn't want to do is two things we didn't want to do. One, we didn't want a project, and Susan was great about holding the line on all of this stuff. We didn't want a project that, starts out at 13 million and comes out at 19 or something. That's not going to happen. The board's not going to let that happen. The second thing we didn't want to have happen is build something in 2023 that is outmoded in 2033. And there are some public buildings in Scarborough where that has happened just because of demographic changes and some other things. And so from all of these different angles, we've really done due diligence. The other piece that we should not, emphasize is we got John's firm involved, and they've been out talking to people. There are people who are willing to open their wallets to make this thing happen, not only their taxpayer wallets, but their personal wallets. And that's a unique thing. That's just a unique thing. So if there's a specific number on all of these numbers that we've showed you, because we've gone through them all, and I think Austin can cover, deal with a couple of them. Susan's got others, but
So I just let me respond to that if I may.
yeah,
Two
please.
things. One is your design person has said the design work's not done yet. It's not completed. And you've said yourself the fundraising hasn't really even started. So these are things that are.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. But the design, the schematic pieces are done. We asked them to do what they needed to do so that we could go out with solid building estimates. And so the schematics are done. The thing that we used to, if you look at look at those flat roofs. When we were looking at those flat roofs, one of the builders in town who has property, they said, well, that's not very pleasing. We can change the elevation. We can change the facade. That's not going to put, another $1 million in it. And if you look at some of the other things that Susan's showing you, so they've done enough work so the costs on this are hard. The second piece is the quiet phase of the campaign is really designed to well, John, you can explain it, but it's a gift pyramid where you basically say in a capital campaign, we don't want to tell you how much we're raising until we get a couple of lead gifts, because the truth is that 4% of the people are gonna donate 90% of the money. And that's just the way the thing works. Well, we've got, if you look at our gift pyramid, that it, by the way, is private because people are making personal, bequests and things. That's actually the top part of that gift pyramid is filling in very nicely. So we need to get it on the ballot, and we need to give the voters an opportunity so we can build out the rest of that gift building.
Your last point, I'd like to respond to that if I may, and then I'll finish with my questions for the moment. But that is, and we've received a lot of emails saying, let the voters decide. Bill made that point very powerfully in the beginning. Of course, ultimately, the voters do decide. But we're overlooking the two facts. One is the fiduciary responsibility that I mentioned and the numbers that we need to see in order to confirm that, number one. Number two is there are competing priorities, okay? There are competing priorities. And we're looking at other numbers that are big. The last set of numbers that we actually dealt with were related to the public safety building. That was estimated several years ago at 18 million. It ended up coming in at 23 million, something like that, Tom. You can help me with that number. A 5% estimate of overages. What's happening now in terms of numbers on construction projects are wildly different than that. So that's the last figure we had that was even comparable to that. And it was a bigger number than the one you're asking for. So I think it's safe to assume we're at a point in time where the future is unknown. And, I use this analogy. If you're thinking about buying, a house, a car, or a boat, are you going to buy the boat first? Okay. No, you're probably going to figure out how to hold on to your home first and not buy the other things that, although valued and very important recreationally, are not vital. So the only thing I'd end with is you led off and you've been on this point constantly of talking about the square footage, comparison of where we are versus other towns. Other towns have taken vastly different approaches to developing and funding library projects. There have been lots of stops and starts. There have been a lot of funding promises. There have been a lot of cases where funding was completed first. Our approach here is very different than that. We have a very big number that we're trying to move forward very quickly. And, you know, I have concerns about it. And then the numbers that we received just the night before this meeting, you know, or 2 nights ago, it's just, you know, to me, I still have the same questions I've had during the budget process and the same questions I had in February. And those were the same questions that we conveyed to the group, you know, both of those occasions. So.
Counselor Seifler.
The one thing I do agree with Don on, and I agree with a lot of things, because he's actually a library supporter when we were
I
down
am
at Pine
indeed.
Point.
And I've got a great selfie here that I'm going to post that shows me and
Yeah.
Sally. So no matter how this turns out, we're still friends and we
But
love the library.
the other thing is, the future is unknown. And 100 years ago, a bunch of people, a small group of people met in Scarborough, and they said, the town of Scarborough needs a library. 100 years ago, in the 1800s. Well, I guess they were right. The Scarborough Library is vibrant, thriving, and we want to make sure it continues that for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Counselor Seifler.
So back in February, Nancy and I had a candid and lovely conversation about competing interests and priorities, knowing full well that I'm a huge supporter of the schools. I'm on the school building committee. This is front of mind for me. I say it every single time. You know, but we had a really good exchange about what the library does to support the schools and vice versa. I want to be on board. I want to say yes. My hesitation remains that we have operated in a silo for so long now that we are faced with a project that has been beautifully carried through. You all should be very proud of the work that you do. I don't doubt the number of hours that have gone into what you bring to us every time you come. And so I am certainly not a naysayer of the work, even a little bit. My sticking point remains, we just dealt with some exemption language last week, which, you know, puts the school project, if we were to move forward with a project in the Downs with a deadline of 2024. That's not in the distant future. That's something that we're going to have to deal with really soon. And we got some updated numbers from the school in terms of what kind of project we're looking at and what that referendum amount is going to be. And so I continue to be worried that we are in this position where I just don't know if people are willing to support both the library and the school. And I don't want to say no to the library because I'm worried that that's the case. So is there something that we can do to facilitate conversations or move this entire conversation forward in a way that feels like a partnership with the school, within the community? Because I'm very worried that no matter how many times this conversation comes up, we are not satisfying the question of whether or not people will support both projects.
Nancy, would you want to take this one? Or you want me?
I want to be sure that it's not perceived as a competition, which I know you're not suggesting, but it is. I think the timing is different for us right now. We have really followed a number of planning studies. There has been a facility study that the town did a number of years ago that projected the needs of the community for 5, 10, and 15 years out. All of the projects in the 5-year cycle have been done except the library. The library, as you know, set back a couple of times for other major projects in town. We have intentionally positioned ourselves to wait several times. The timing is such right now that it's in my view, and it's only my view, in looking at the bond schedules, the retirement of bonds, that's information certainly that the finance
Yeah,
committee members
and
have
as a
taken look
finance
at.
committee, we have, pledged to make sure that we have a really in-depth discussion of our debt capacity and what that means.
The capacity right now is perfect for the library to be in the queue and still accommodate the school department's needs within the goals that the council has set for itself in terms of bond indebtedness. So that's a little in the weeds, but the studies that I have seen, that the counselors have seen or had access to, suggest that this is a perfect time for the library. It's a perfect time for us in terms of our private philanthropy. There are no other town facilities that are going to be able to leverage $2 to $3 million to offset the costs. And it's also strategically, it's been called out in the comprehensive plan as an appropriate program. So I don't know when you would suggest that the library move forward, if not now. The school is always going to be there. It's a need that this community has to address. But if you suggest that the library needs to hold off because there's a big school bond, then that school bond is not going to go away either. So I just think in terms of the timing, it's absolutely perfect for us. We've found that retirement slope where we can fit into the bond schedule. We can offset some of the costs of the taxpayers by private philanthropy. We obviously have done a lot of work, no question there. We've seen the support from 3 different CIP schedules to do planning. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of the town's funds to make the right plan at the right time. So we can't say the school shouldn't come forward. It certainly needs to. And I see the school kids every day too. So I know who these kids are that are going to take advantage of the improved school.
Anecdotally, do you all have conversations about the school as part, that has to come up. It comes up every time.
Yeah.
for
2
me
days
too.
ago, we had this conversation, and multiple times we looked at a lot of the synergies. So one of the things that we need to remember is on that campus, there's a lot of synergy between the Scarborough Library and the schools. When they have to evacuate the schools, where do the kids go? The middle school, they go to the library. There's a lot going on there. And so I think it's not a zero-sum game. And we've tried to think about, well, what are those overlapping Venn diagrams in the conversation? There are a lot of them. There are a lot of places where what the library does is supportive and expansive of the schools, and probably vice versa. What you don't want to get into is something, well, this versus that. It's not one of those. It's back to Don's analogy. Well, I need a house and I need a car. Sorry, I need both, and I got to figure it out. And we've done the best job to get the best value-based car that was going to go in your garage of the school. I have to mix my metaphors.
I like where the analogy went. That was good.
Could have never
That
put
was
that
good.
forward.
Too, that we are serving the population of kids before they go to school.
Oh,
These
serve
are
my
early
children.
readers. These are toddlers with their moms and dads. And that's a very important population that we're getting to ready to go to school.
Counselor Scyther, are you?
John's trying to take the
Sorry,
mic
no, go
away.
ahead. You're not
It's
done.
okay. It's just hard. And like, there are so many times when we leave these meetings and we say, I didn't say what I wanted to say. And so we're in this workshop. These are the times to have these awkward conversations. These are the times to say the things we need to say. I know I'm going to get 300 additional emails from all of your supporters now, because I have admitted once again that I'm still on the fence. I wish that we had done things a little bit differently. And I don't know where the leadership, change would have been, or which conversations we should have had. I'm still struggling with this idea of both bonds. That's just where I'm at.
So my comment, and I'm going to spare everybody the small town story of me when I grew up, and we didn't have a library, we had a bookmobile. Okay, and we had a bookmobile, we had a school, and we had a church, and those were key institutions, you know, really vitally important to a small town kid. And so I like what Counselor Seither has to say. I mean, I am willing to continue to work this issue, no question about it. But I don't feel the work is done yet. And I know we worked very hard trying to find a synergy between the library and also something in the downtown, the community center, some sort of, and someone made the mistake of showing us a renovated train station as a meeting place someplace, some town in the Netherlands. I thought the thing looked spectacular. So it didn't look anything like the stadium building, which one consultant said is horribly non-compliant. But that was sad that we weren't able to come up with something there. But that came and went. And so here you have the issue. You have these things head to head. They're going to be competing for capital, energy, share of mind. You know, I'm willing to, you know, I have a lot of energy for this, a lot of energy for the library and the work that's been done. The issue is that we haven't completed that work. And the other thing that's really sad in my mind is that we asked for a plan B. We asked for, you know, something smaller, something different, something scaled back, not close to 3x. And the decision was, and I respect your decision, I probably would have done the same thing myself. You stuck with the original plan and you had good reasons for it. So, but here we are now, you have, you know, two things that are big, and we're going to have a devil of a time trying to work our way through this as a community, as a council, as a public.
Counselor Katarina.
Yeah, I just want to remind folks that we're not making a decision whether or not this is going to be bonded. We're making a decision whether the people of the town of Scarborough are going to choose to bond this. With all due respect to the school folks, it's not ready for prime time yet. There's no land. I still haven't heard a good argument for, you know, why, where, what, whatever. And I've been on this council since 2013. Not to say that something needs to be done with the schools, it does, but we've got something here that's ready to go, that's needed in the community. Let the people decide. Let's let it go to the ballot. Then the sides can argue their sides and their whatever, but ultimately the voters in this town are going to decide. So I would just remind my fellow counselors of that, because, you know, we're accused all the time of making decisions and not letting people decide. Well, we're going to let the people decide. So.
Counselor Johnson.
Yeah, I'll just chime in on that. I think we do have competing priorities, but this priority happens to be ready and the others aren't. The community center is not, still a concept. The school, as far as I'm concerned, is still a concept. What better way to have the people truly choose is this November? I mean, this is going to be wild. You think Trump and Biden was wild? We're dealing with LePage and what's her name? Mills. So we got 17,800 registered voters in the town of Scarborough. We're going to have a huge turnout. I would much rather have it come in November than on a school referendum, which we typically have about 20% or less for the voter deciding for the town. This is going to be huge. I think the opportunity is optimal, ideal. Like,
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So why can't you decide this tonight? Why do you have to wait for your August meeting? Is there a particular reason?
Yeah, I mean, we actually have to have something on an agenda that we vote for. And the way this will come to us is in the form of a ballot
Okay,
question that we would approve moving forward to the voters or not.
thank you.
We can signal our intentions today, but really doesn't do anything more than just that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Counselor McGee.
Hi, thanks. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this so far. I approach this looking from that larger overview from this community, and it is an important part of what we do here. how does it stack up on the list of priorities of other things that we know are coming down the pipe? And I think that's the tough decision we have to make. I think Counselor Katarina made a really good point that we're not necessarily the final say. And I'm not sure this council needs to be a blockade to the public deciding an issue. But I do think to Councilor Hamill's point, you do want to be prudent with what you're putting out there. I think that's so there, it's a tough decision. And what I wish I really saw was a $8 million school and a $3 million fundraising budget. I think that would make life a lot easier. I mean, not school, a library. But I do appreciate what the long-term implications and the thought you've put into this. I guess my overall question would be, what would be the cost of a delay, say to June or to November of next year? Is there an actual fiscal impact on what you have in the works? And what is that impact? That's what thank you.
I would say from a private philanthropy side, we have large swaths of the community who are ready to support this project over a 5-year period of time. And if there is a delay, there has been a lot of the conversations we have are all confidential in nature. They're, talking with donor prospects about their giving intentions and their history. We would not be able to raise nearly as much money, and we would most likely get substantial blowback from some of our donor prospects who want to participate now and have the means and the capital to participate now as a result of the stock market over the last couple of years. We really believe that at DeMont, we're one of the only fundraising consulting firms that has a whatever it takes clause in our contract. You might say that's a bad decision, but for Bob Dumont and Dumont Associates over 30 years, it's worked well. We have a 96% success rate in terms of 350 plus campaigns throughout New England. And we know the name of the game. And I apologize for not being able to say we can raise $3 million, because ideally we would like to raise more than $3 million. But if we set a public goal and announce that, then there will be a lot of expectations, and we always want to exceed the goals that we set out. So with confidential conversations that we've had with members of the community, they would like to support this project now, and they are ready to make a conditional pledge over 5 years. And there will be significant funds that will float away if a referendum isn't pursued.
I would add that momentum is a critical factor here. You're not going to get a group of people, us and the other dozens of people who are putting their heart and soul into this. They're going to walk away from it.
Yeah.
Because if this board starts to say, well, maybe we'll let you go on sometime in the future, that's not going to cut it for those, because this is real work. I get up and I go and meet with people every week, and with Nancy. And you try asking for money each week. It ain't easy. I'll tell you. So I would tell you, we have momentum, and we have provided a level of detail that is responsible, and we have engaged in due diligence. And the community supports this and is going to approve the bond very strongly. And we hope that you see this picture the way we do and allow us to move forward.
Councilor McGee, I just would like to respond to is, what would a delay of a year help you with your priorities? It would complicate it even more, wouldn't it? Because everything else would be closer together. It seems to me the time is now for this project.
Counselor Scyther had something.
I just wanted to say, I'm glad I said what I said, because I feel like it pulled some other comments from other perspectives, and
True.
and we had, kind of a more enriched conversation. And Bill, the comment about how much work and you'll lose people. We are working so hard on the building steering committee to keep some really excellent people engaged. And every time we have a setback.
Yep.
You know, it just, we lose someone or, you know, we lose momentum, and for a number of reasons, the school project has lost momentum twice, and that's been really hard. And so that comment certainly resonates with me.
In our private fundraising efforts, we conduct volunteer-driven fundraising campaigns. It's all volunteers. It's people who have their skin in the game and love the library and want to see a transformational opportunity, not a transaction of dollars for something else. This is about inspiring the community to support a public project to a capacity that Scarborough hasn't seen before. I know that this has been a project that my employer, the president of Dumont Associates, Bob Dumont, has long been wanting to get back into the fold on because of past issues. And also with the town of Scarborough not having completed a capital campaign of this magnitude that could have a ripple effect for other not-for-profit organizations in this town. That's really important for us to try to have that inspiring impact that allows private donors to see the impact of their dollars while they're living in real time for the benefit of their whole community. So I know that can be a little fluffy, but it's the truth of what private philanthropy can accomplish.
Chairman Clucci.
Yeah, it's been good to listen to everybody and to you all. When we moved to Scarborough, just probably 15 years now, we brought our kids to the library to story time before they started kindergarten, and great memories, helped to develop their love of reading. They've excelled in the school system, I think, in a large part because we were able to cultivate them that way. I do think for a lot of reasons, the time is now for this to happen for the library. I was on the council a couple of years ago when we deferred all the big projects. COVID hit. We didn't know. There's a lot of uncertainty. The library took, you talk about killing momentum, we killed it. And you brought it back over the past year and a half. And particularly of late, I'm a strong believer in libraries and the purpose and the roots of them. Even in Scarborough, when we started, it was some well-to-do people that wanted to give back to the community and provide a means for others in our community to achieve a better level or a high level. And I feel like we've slipped in that regards when it comes to the library, where it's become more about it's publicly funded. So the people with less means are really paying the bills. What I've seen pivot, and maybe it's because of the work that all of you guys have done, is we've seen some real donors come forward and start to turn the tides on that. And I think that's critically important for our community and the symbolism of it. I think that's really what a library should be. It's a balancing act. You're providing opportunity for those that might not have it otherwise, and a mechanism for those that do have better means to give back. It's different than some of the other projects that we have in the queue. The library is an independent entity. So when we approve the bond for the public safety building, we had to appropriate the funds, and it was not to exceed. They couldn't spend any more than what we appropriated, what the voters appropriated. This one's a little different. There's kind of two funding mechanisms at play. There's one, we're going to ask the voters to support no more than, I think it sounds like 13 million. Mm-hmm. If there are cost overruns, there is a built-in mechanism due to their independent status where they can use fundraising and other funding sources to compensate for any deficiency. It's a nuance, which adds some complications, but it also adds some benefits to this project. When you look at how we've been structuring our debt recently, this fits, perfectly to do now. And if you don't do it now, no offense to Tom, but I'm going to bet money that you're going to be spending that debt on other things because it's just, we manage to debt service, right? It's going to be 13%. And we have a way to utilize that right now. And we'll probably be fixing more roads than we would have otherwise if we don't use it for this, which has been in the queue for a long time as part of the facilities plan. So that having been said, I understand there's hesitations. There's it's a big issue. But I think the time is now to put this to the voters and to make this happen for Scarborough.
So and then Council Hamel, do you have any
Yes.
questions or?
No, just a speech.
It was good. For me, again, hearing everybody tonight, the way I look at it, I can't help but think about this one letter to the editor that was shared amongst the Board of Trustees that was written maybe 10 years ago. when there were conversations about schools, a community center, and a library expansion. And I feel like it's like deja vu, we're here again. And, at some point, we have to make the leap and we have to make the investment. The more we kick the can down the road, the more the numbers that we're seeing are just going to triple and double in the future. And I know it's really tough, but I mean, I think that's part of the problem and the challenge we're in today is that as a community, we often choose not to invest. And now we're in a position where the schools really do have a very well-established need because we kick the can, because we don't want to invest. The library has made things work in that very, very tiny, tight space because we kick the can, because we don't want to invest. And we're really at risk as a community hurting the quality of our services that we're able to provide, which is going to drive down, the value of our homes. It's going to drive down the quality of our schools. It's going to drive down just the quality of life in general, and people aren't going to want to be here. So to me, this is really about, yes, we do have a challenge as it relates to managing multiple investments, but I think as a community, we put ourselves in that position. And so at what point will we just, take the hit and make the investment because we need to? The library needs it. The schools need it. The community center is a great investment. It's going to improve quality of life. That one probably has a little bit more flexibility around timing, but I would just like to see us as a community. I love, Jem, your analogy. It's more like a home and a car. You really need both. And at this point, for me, I'm still driving my 15-year-old car and I need to make that investment in a new car. I can't keep driving it. And so it actually was in the shop last week and it's just like, but I'm afraid to make that plunge to buy that car. And part of it is because of Councilor Hamill's comment about how the current environment is so risky and it's so expensive. But again, if we don't do it now, it's still going to cost more in the future. So we do need to do it. I think that's the one thing we do know is, yeah, this is a high risk investment time period for construction and things, but if we delay it, for certain it's going to go up. It's not going to go down. And so we really do need to make sure that we're thinking about long-term impacts of continuing to kick the can. So for me at this point, I'm very supportive of at least letting the voters make the decision on, is this the right time to invest in the library? And I hope that we as a council help with the communication with things like the school and other things in mind so that we're painting a very clear picture for the community about the needs of the community, the investments that are coming so that they can make a really informed decision. And if they decide they want to pit the two against each other, that's up to them as a voter. If they decide that they support both and want to support both, that's great. If they don't want to support either, I think that's up to them. But I do think you guys have done your homework and it's time to let the voters decide. Councilor Hamill.
Yeah, I don't want to end on a negative note, but there are a couple of concepts that I think as fiduciaries we're overlooking. We've talked about a couple of paths forward, and then a couple of those themes include a notion of uncapped liability. We do not really know what the costs are going to be for this. And I hear the argument about getting through the window before the costs escalate with time. There's also a concept of, and I know that a lot of these business rules don't apply because we're a municipality and we have a certain funding mechanism that's enabled us to maintain low tax rates, but that's been only because of the promise of continued growth and spending and debt. And that is the concept of an uncertain revenue stream. And by that, I'm going to tie that analogy to basically an unconfirmed, uncommitted promise of private investments to be able to offset the overall expense. So I hope I'm wrong, but I'm gravely concerned that in a few years, we are going to be scratching our heads and saying, what were we thinking? So
I will just say we are deeply committed to doing whatever it takes to raise the amount of funds in the range that we are projecting. We again have not set a private philanthropy goal. That is not how we do our business. We do not want to undershoot. We want to overshoot. And if the referendum passes, it is and has been DMONT's 30-year history to do whatever it takes to reach that goal that we ultimately set. And based on our data, based on the success of raising somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million this year, that I didn't come to you with in February, we are very, very optimistic that we can hit that. And that's about as far as I can go. If not, then it's our business on the line. So I hope you all respect that.
I wish you Godspeed.
It's fun work.
I think he wants a meeting with you.
My checkbook at home.
Are there any other questions? Are
Comment?
we doing public comment? It looks like someone had their hand raised too on.
Yeah, so we've got some time. If there's any members of the public that would like to voice their opinion, we see we have one online also in the room. Please feel free to come up, state your name and tell us what you think. I can't see who the one online is.
It's Miss Parker. Do you want me to allow her to speak?
Yeah, Ms. Parker, please go right ahead. We're going to allow you to speak.
Ruby, if you unmute yourself.
I'm Ruby Parker. I live at 23 Abigail Way. We support annually the schools every year. The library supports school children every year as well, without the funding to do that. Some of our goals in Scarborough is to create a livable town and to support the community, which does include the children. And the library clearly does that. The library is not an item like an expendable boat from a family budget. But two things that haven't been mentioned that I would like to mention is that the library provides with little resources, with cramped space, with just amazing creativity, connections within the community. So I don't just go to the library for books. I often consult the library for who to talk to, who to connect with for issues. So they create a broader umbrella than just what I experience in the library. The library has always, with their limited space, turned on a dime. So when Scarborough lost electricity, the library opened its doors and invited people in to have electricity and do what they needed to do. We do, in our referendums, support school children in the schools every single year, but the library supports the school children as well with after-school programs and special programs. There's special programs for school children throughout every month. And so I will be incredibly disappointed if you don't allow the town to choose whether to fund this or not.
Thank you, Ruby. Any other members of the public that would like to comment on this? Well, come on up.
Sure.
Hi, I'll be quick. I'm Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I'll take my mask off. First of all, I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, and thank you all very much for the incredible work that you've done. I have to tell you, I'm relatively new resident of Scarborough full-time. I love the library. It was my home office away from home when I first moved here. Best scanning and fax deal in town and copying deal in town. The staff is fantastic. It really was a home away from home, and I still frequent it often. I love the library. And I also wanted to say that reading also loomed large in my house when I was growing up. My mother was a primary school teacher, so Cat in the Hat was a big deal to all of us. And I'm only commenting based on the conversation that I've heard tonight. And I also should add that the last 16 years of my professional career was fundraising for a major arts institution. So I get quiet phases and capital campaigns and pyramids and all of that stuff. But my kind of takeaway from tonight, I have to say that I kind of have to lean to agree with Councilor Hamel in that, you know, you go to meetings, you hear about, we want a bigger, better library. We want a community center, you know, which I appreciate is not necessarily going to be bonded. We want new schools. And I just feel I feel the impact on taxes, which are also going to increase tremendously because of what's happened with the real estate market. So let's not forget that factor. And I've just observed that we tend to take a one-off approach to everything. And I would like to see a more strategically, 5-year plan, long-term, plan. So we, instead of saying we're ready to do this, let's, push the button. The next year we're ready to do this, let's push another button, to really look at the overall needs to the town and try to approach it that way. And the other thing I wanted to put out there is, and this is a great plan and the work that's gone into it is fantastic. But if, the overall needs to the town would, might mean that this might be scaled back a little bit. And I know that you haven't necessarily wanted to go in that direction, then certainly I would hope that the folks that would be willing to step up to the plate with the private funding would still be interested in doing that. So I thank you very much. And again, it was really fantastic work and I love the library. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Richard Hayes. I live on Martin Avenue in Scarborough, where I've just begun my 49th year. I only mention that because several people have talked about they've been here 15, 16 years. They're newcomers. I'm against this. And I'm against it because there's an elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is the school. The school has to be built. Everybody knows that. And I believe this project is being planned and pushed forward at this time because nobody wants to talk about the school other than some planning. I think that this project should be put on hold until the school costs are totally developed. And then if you want to put it to the voters, put both projects, put all the projects, the swimming pool, whatever else is wanted in the future, to put the projects and the costs out to the voters so the voters have the full view and package to look at. This is systematically being put in between projects, figuring that, $13 million, what's that? It's a drop in the bucket. The town will probably approve it. And I suspect that the town might approve it if it goes out by itself in November. I just think that's the wrong timing. It should, all these projects should be put together, the cost, the effect that those projects are going to have on the town taxes, because we certainly aren't going to get any help from the state building the school. And I've heard figures from $100 to $150 million on the school. We all know that that's going to be built. It has to be. So let's put the brakes on this project. Let's develop the school, get it to the point where everything can go out to the voters. And like Mr. Hamill suggested, if you need to buy a house, car, and a boat, let's see if the town wants to buy all three at once. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Come on up.
Hi there. My name is Peter Freilinger. I live at 8 Jasper Street, and I know most of you. Thank you very much. I'll make two observations. First off, I applaud the council in some of the comments that Councilman Hamill has made and Councilman McGee has made about the idea that we need a better strategic vision for planning for capital projects. I've worked at a number of large organizations and worked in nonprofit fundraising and nonprofit strategic planning. And at some point, every organization reaches the point where they need to develop a strategic planning skill set, which historically wasn't there, and they need to start kind of that process. And it's wonderful to hear the town council start to really develop that mindset going forward. The trouble is when you start to develop that skill set, you still have needs that have been evolving to date. And some of those needs are in an advanced state of requirement. And the library, I think, has reached that point. I think the statistics about the square footage per resident are compelling. Anecdotally, and I know Councilman Sither asked about anecdotally, Councilman McGee and I have spent a lot of time talking to voters in the last 90 days or so. In those conversations, there is a anecdotally acknowledged and almost mystified view among voters of why haven't we done this to date on the library? If the library that we built 30 years ago was a 30-year plan, why aren't we hitting the ground already with the next 30-year library? So I think it's important for us to recognize that even as we look at prioritization across the capital planning spectrum and look at a better approach to giving the voters that sort of 15-year view or 10-year view, looking at the whole menu that the prior speaker was looking for, we still have to acknowledge that there are certain projects that are, to use the old phrase, shovel ready and frankly overdue. And the library represents one of those. The second point I'll make is I was recently invited to join the trustee, the board of trustees for the library, and I'm proud to be a member of it now. And I apologize to my fellow trustee members if I'm speaking over them or stepping on their foot. So my bad if that's the case. But part of why I joined is that I'm part of what I think of as the sandwich generation. I have a 10-year-old son who's at Wentworth School, and I have a sister who's just about, I won't tell you what she's just about to turn. She actually wouldn't like that on the public record. And I have two parents in their early 80s. All of us use the library intensely in different ways. Children use it in one way. Toddlers use it in one way. People in their middle age use it in another way. I have an ex-wife who recently moved to town, and she used it for internet access until she got her internet access up and running. And my parents, my dad would be there every day if he could walk to get there. As it is, I drive him there once a week and he spends too much time. And I apologize to Nancy for that. The point is that this is a well-used town resource. To be asked to sit on the board of trustees is a terrific honor, but it's one that I think many people in town would welcome, especially if they knew they could be part of the growth of this library and the expansion of this library to bring this resource to the town for the next 30 years. And I'd encourage you to think about that, because to Councilman Katarina's point, you're not approving the library. You're asking the townspeople to think carefully about how they're going to use their tax dollars to support a bond measure, which will be supported, and will encourage them as trustees to encourage them with their own funds to continue to grow that. We'll build the muscle memory. We'll build the muscle strength to continue to build capital campaign monies and operating campaign monies over time. That takes place with the momentum that we've built to date. So I'd encourage the council to remember that that putting this on the ballot in November is not a decision to spend money. That's our decision as voters, but it is asking us to think, do we want to continue this momentum forward? Do we want to continue to enable this town's resources to grow in one of the best resource areas possible, which is literacy, which is reading. And I think when you take it in that light, and when you talk to your constituents, you're going to hear most of them say, why aren't you doing it already? So thank you very much.
So I see that we're now running into our regular meeting. So what I'd like to do is, one of the first items on the agenda of our regular meeting is general public comment. So we're going to adjourn this workshop. We'll take a 2-minute recess. And then we'll start a regular meeting, and we'll catch back up with public comment. So, and then we'll have all the feeds ready and live. So with that, I'm going to close this workshop. Thank you all for coming. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the public comments as well, and we'll let you exit gracefully.
Thank you.
All right.
Want us to sit in the back?
You're welcome to stay here. Yeah. If everybody could please sit down and take their seats. We do have a full house today. I'm glad everybody was able to make it into the room. I don't believe that we have anybody left in the hall. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is a Wednesday, July 20th. This is a regular meeting of the Scarborough Town Council. If you'll all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Sider,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Johnson,
Here.
Counselor Katarina. Here. Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor McGee,
Here.
and Chairman Pucci.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Next is general public comments, item 4. And we did have a workshop with the library trustees just before this meeting, and there was some public comment that's going to spill over into this meeting. Due to the number of people that are present and seemingly likely to speak, I am going to hold to the 3-minute time limit. So when you do come up, just please state your name, address. Tom will work the magic with the clock. If the light turns green, please just wrap it up shortly. With that, let's start public comment.
Good evening, counselors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment to you tonight. I'll keep it very brief. I already sent you a letter on behalf of Project Grace. I'm Steffi Cox, the director, and I'm here before you to lend our enthusiastic support for the expansion of the library. Many nonprofits like Project Grace depend upon the library as a place to convene our supporters, collaborate with one another, do good things for the town with all of our neighbors here. And the current library is just not adequate to the task. It's impossible to find a meeting space. It's very difficult to hold a convening of really any size anywhere in town where people are comfortable coming to participate. So the expanded meeting space rooms would really help all of the town, all of the groups that work together to improve the quality of life on any number of issues. Project Grace also depends on the library for its welcome to all of our citizens, the services that it provides for people who don't have air conditioning at home or adequate heating. They can come to the library, cool off, warm up, get a smile, go home a little bolstered with the care and love of their community. We could do more as Project Grace. I could help people apply for the low-income heating assistance program if we had a place where we could meet. Project Grace is very lean in our budget. We are very careful of the donations we get. So our office is inside of somebody else's office. We don't have a meeting space to use. I've served as a founder and a member of the board of Friends of Scarborough Marsh. We have no office. There are many nonprofits that look to public places like the library to meet with their constituents and to do their important mission work. So I hope you'll join me in enthusiastically putting the issue before the voters so they can decide. And we hope that you can do that for the people of Scarborough. And thank you again for letting us speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, thank you, council members, chair, town manager, all the library people and members of the public. My name is Marvin Gates. I live at 423 Black Point Road. I want to make 2 points about the library expansion. One, I'm in favor of what I call the Falmouth model, where half of the cost of the library was allocated via private donations. And 2, as libraries are nationally recognized as a last bastion of free entrance and services to the general public, I want to shine a bright light on patrons who are homeless. To my first point, as the proposed cost of the library expansion is $13.8 million, and as half of that is $6.9 million, when that amount has been raised privately, I support the proposed expansion, absolutely. However, prior to that raising of that amount privately, I'm opposed to it. That said, if less or more than the 6.9 million is raised privately, I would be in favor of tailoring the design of the proposed expansion to the amount raised times 2. The 2.75 to 3 million that is anticipated as being raised privately would mean obviously times two, a 5.5 to 6 million library expansion. I am a small businessman in Prouts Neck. I am the president of a 501c3, the Prouts Neck Conservancy, engaged in a capital campaign currently of $2 million. As a member of the Prouts Neck community, I'm aware of the group within the community that is engaged in an effort to financially support the proposed library expansion. As a member of the community, you gain information and knowledge about costs of things there. The 6.9 million, which would be what I would gauge the capital campaign toward, they're properties that cost that there. They're houses that cost that there to build. You certainly are tackling the right community. And I would just raise your standard for how much you can get. And then if you can only get the 3 million, I would lower your standard for what you could build. And I would support it absolutely. I'm going to skip the rest. Hopefully I have 30 seconds left. I'm going to go to my second point. I think that it is vital to understand the current state of affairs of public libraries across our state and country. Recent studies advocate for employing social workers in libraries and certainly security guards. Library staff are asking to be trained in services such as de-escalation and nonviolent crisis intervention, as well as how to talk to the homeless and bridge the divide between them and the patrons concerned by their presence and particular needs. I'll wrap up. Our town government over the past few years has become more engaged with providing shelter and services for the regions and Scarborough's increasing homeless population. We're here for that right now. And finally, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And just a reminder, this is general public comment, so it's comment on items that are not on our agenda this evening, which includes continuation of the library right now. For things that are on our agenda, it would be appropriate to comment on those when we get to those agenda items, and I'll identify it then. With that, sir, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tom DePasqua. I live on Old Musket Road in Scarborough. A while back, Benjamin Disraeli, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, said that the youth of the nation are the caretakers of posterity. Our futures are in their hands. This library, in coordination with the school libraries, has pretty much turned around and provided for the future of these young people. The amount of technology that they have is second to none. The amount of reference materials and research material is second to none as well. And anything they don't have, they can get thanks to the Minerva system. They have done very well for the young people of our community. They've done very well for the children. The children's program is second to none. They also work with other groups, and you don't realize the dramatic effect that they have on these groups. When Janet Mills decided to give the $850 to the entire state, the AARP brought in tax preparers, including my wife, to help these people get their tax returns. The library was gracious enough to turn around and to provide space for them. The result is that they had a dramatic effect that people don't even realize, okay? In empowering all these elderly people with a lot of money, which they did not have before. I am not about to go through all of their services and tell everything they have, but this town has gone from a, let's say, big town into a small city, and it's only going to get better. And the soul of any community is a well-versed, well-stocked library. So, which is what we have, but they are bulging and they need more space. So I would hope that you would put this on the ballot in November. Let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kate Borduis. I attended tonight's or this afternoon's workshop with no intention of speaking, so I don't have anything prepared. I live at 5 Camperdown Elm up at Oak Hill. I've lived in Scarborough since 1976. One thing that did not come up today was the long-range plan of the library. Back in the 1980s, I was the chair of the trustees when we campaigned and got the bond passed for the current building, which was never supposed to last 30 years. It was supposed to last 10 to 15 years. It was designed to be expanded. So I just maybe intuited that there's this feeling that this is an opportunistic moment for the library to dive in because the bonds are going down. And it's this planned expansion has been on the books for how many years? 30 years. Now, my experience in growth, and this town is growing, I have some experience. I served on the town council in the 90s. I sat right where John Anderson sits. And I instituted the Growth and Services Committee where we could tackle the issues of how do we keep growth stable and steady and balanced between residential and commercial, and how do we guarantee and maintain quality services. So I have looked deep. Don't test me today, but in my time, I have looked deeply into these things. And of the services this town provides, the library is singular. We've heard a lot of talk about a community center, and I'm a taxpayer. I've lived out of town for about 25 years. The library is a community center. And I repeat that, the library functions as a community center. Do you know they put on over 700 programs a year? With this expansion, they can increase that and reach out to even more people. I don't want to drive to Portland for a concert, but I'd go to the library. So it's not just about books. It really is about bringing the community together. And I dearly hope that you will see that this is the right of the citizens to decide and put it on the ballot. There was a woman behind me who was going to say the point, and don't be worried about giving people choices. They are smart and they know how to make decisions. So just trust the voters. They will do the right thing, but it is their job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Susan Hamill. I live at 3 Bay Street in Pine Point. And I'd like to say that Scarborough residents are pretty happy with their current library. In fact, our recent statistically valid community survey found that 92.9% of residents were happy with the library, answering either they were very satisfied or satisfied. When they were asked which town services should receive the most emphasis from town leaders over the next 2 years, library services came in next to last out of 13 items, with only 4.8% of citizens selecting it as one of the top 3 areas needing emphasis. Almost 1/3 of survey respondents, and presumably representing 1/3 of town residents, in this statistically valid survey report never using the library. And 63% of the population, that's almost 2/3, report using the library either never or 6 or fewer times a year. It is true that the library needs renovation and expansion, and I support that. But the question is, what is the right size for the expansion, and what is the right dollar amount that we are willing and able to commit? And we citizens of Scarborough have never really had an opportunity to weigh in on that question. This project will not happen in a vacuum and needs to be evaluated against other town needs and wants. We've outgrown our elementary schools, and we have 18 portable classrooms in use. We have another 12 portable classrooms at the middle school. Plans are being made for an urgently needed consolidated school, estimated to cost somewhere between $100 and $150 million or more. We've wanted a community center and a pool, and it's been shown in our 5-year plan, $35 million. But what can we afford? The town has, and the town council has a fiduciary responsibility to evaluate our debt capacity, keep our taxes at no more than a 3% increase, and figure out what stomach we have to take on debt in this uncertain and difficult economic environment. But you guys must also take into consideration what the citizens have told you about their general satisfaction with the current library and their desire for a pool and a community center, as well as the requirement for a new school. Many towns have used non-binding referendums, and it would be great if we could do that. I'll wrap up. I'm asking you to please look at the big picture. Please consider what residents have said about their desires. Please think about this new reality and the precarious economy that we are experiencing right now as you make your decision. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other members of the public that would like to speak to things that are not on our agenda this evening? Come on up, sir.
My name is George Polkman, 15 Ocean View Road. I would first thank Councilor Katerina for so promptly and positively responding to my request to speak to you tonight. Let me say right up front that I'm a strong believer in land use ordinances and believe that without them, our towns and our cities, our communities develop in a generally unhealthy way. Unless, of course, a municipality is fortunate enough to have a far-sighted and wealthy benefactor who recognizes and takes action, preserve what is worth preserving. Obviously, I refer to the Bar Harbor area communities as examples of protection by benefactor. While I see and appreciate the generous donations of acreage to our land trust here, I see no indication of that largesse, that community-wide protection occurring in Scarborough. That's why I'm a longtime proponent of municipal comprehensive planning and the zoning ordinances that are developed to assure that the goals of the comprehensive plan are met, which brings me to my reason for being here tonight. Having read Scarborough's zoning ordinance, I felt assured that adequate guidelines are in place to guarantee that what's permitted in the zone is only what's allowed in said zone. That apparently is not so. I live in residential district R2, section 15 of our zoning ordinance. And under subsection A of section 15, the purpose of residential district R2 is clearly defined. For the record, the purpose as defined is, and I quote, to provide residential areas within the town of Scarborough of low density in a manner which will promote a wholesome living environment. Under subsection B, there are 9 permitted uses. Under subsection C, there are an additional 12 special exception uses. I would point out that none of those 21 permitted uses regulate or even allow Airbnbs or short-term rentals. As I see it, therein lies the problem, and a significant problem it is. I contend that allowing these accommodations to occur violates both the spirit and the letter of our zoning ordinance. I see failure to control, to limit, to exclude this use in residential neighborhoods as allowing stealth moves that will significantly change one property at a time, will significantly deteriorate one property at a time, the wholesome living environment defined as a goal of the ordinance purpose. For nearly 20 years, my wife and I lived next door to a wonderful elderly couple who resided in their home since the World War II vet came home from that war. They both are gone now to their eternal reward. And while my wife and I missed them as neighbors, we knew that there would likely be some adjusting to the new occupants. There always is, and it's usually a fun and exciting exchange. What we didn't expect, what we never could have imagined, is that the home next door would essentially become a motel, by another name to be certain, with a fancy label to be sure, but unquestionably a motel by function. What I ask of you councilors this evening is to recognize and acknowledge the need to protect our neighborhoods, our families, our residents from such encroachment. What I ask of you, councilors, is to put in place processes and practices that will uphold the integrity of our zoning ordinance. I would also ask you to take necessary action, if possible, to undo decisions that have allowed and are allowing these non-conforming uses to exist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close the general public comment, move on to item 5, which is approval of minutes from June 15th, 2022 regular town council meeting and June 29th, 2022 special town council meeting. And do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Councilors Hamel and McGee, it is unanimous. Thank you. Next is adjustments to the agenda. Does anybody have any adjustments to the agenda this evening? Seeing none, I signed the treasurer's warrants prior to this evening's meeting, and item 8 is the town manager's report.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if it's best if I defer that to later in the meeting. I do have a fairly lengthy report this evening. I'm pleased to do it now, but in the interest of time and attendance.
So why don't we step back to item 6? Can I hear a motion to move the town manager's report to the end of meeting prior to item 10, standing in special committee reports?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-1. Counselor Hamel was opposed. So now we're going to move to a non-action item, item 9, which is a proclamation 22-003, recognizing the 50th anniversary season of the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center Day. This request came into us last week, and it was in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Audubon Center. I'm just going to read that whereas the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center is celebrating its 50th anniversary season, and whereas the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center celebrates volunteerism as a way to engage the public, and whereas the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center provides 8,000 annual visitors with educational experiences and conservation information, and whereas 1,500 students visit Scarborough Marsh annually, and whereas Scarborough Marsh is the state's largest contiguous salt marsh and is officially recognized as an important bird area, which was recognized as Maine's first IBA, and whereas the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center works collaboratively with the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, Friends of Scarborough Marsh, the Scarborough Public Schools, and the Scarborough Land Trust in education and stewardship efforts. And whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize the tremendous impact the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center on environmental education, community service, conservation, and volunteerism in the town of Scarborough. Now therefore be it further resolved by the Scarborough Town Council and the Town Manager that the Scarborough Town does hereby recognize Thursday, July 21st, 2022 as Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center Day in the town of Scarborough, and encourages all citizens to visit the Scarborough Marsh Audubon Center to learn about and enjoy this important salt marsh habitat that is a defining natural feature of our community. And we, the town manager and I signed this today, and I just wanted to give some increased visibility to this important natural resource in town. And now I am moving on to order number 22-050, 7 p.m. Public hearing and action on the renewal request for an innkeeper's license from Comfort Inn located at 329 US Route 1. This was tabled from our June 8th, 2022 meeting. And I believe we've had it before us a couple of times. Tom, do you want to give any update or intro on where we're at?
I guess I'd simply add that I believe the tabling matter was to allow the applicant time to address conditions that staff had recommended as part of the renewal consideration. And we have supplied materials based on staff's follow-up. I guess the quick word in that regard is that we stand or sit before you this evening and can't say that either of those conditions as proposed have been fully met. I think certainly efforts can't go unnoticed in terms of advancing significant advancements toward satisfying those conditions. But as we sit here tonight, neither one is fully satisfied. I'm certainly pleased to go into more detail. I have public safety staff here to the extent the council wishes to rely on them as a resource.
Okay. Are there any questions from counselors? I know we had a very thorough packet that was prepared. there's no questions, I'll move to public comment before we put this on the table. Okay. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this
I'm
item?
here on behalf of Comfort Inn and Suites, Attorney Greg Braun, represented today. I hope I wouldn't be limited just to the 3 minutes for public comment, but would rather have an opportunity to be heard as a representative of the applicant.
Please do.
Thank you. So as you correctly noted, we're here today for council consideration of a renewal application to the innkeeper license for the Comfort Inn and Suites located just down the road from here, right? It's been there for a while. Generally, I would hope thought to be a good member in business here locally. They pay taxes. I can only imagine how much those property taxes are over there, and have frequently been a place for a reprieve and rest and relaxation for those that travel through this community. Yes. I'd like to start by doing just a couple of things, and forgive me if it frustrates the process. But the first is on behalf of my client, I need to preserve any right to appeal to any negative outcome that might be here today. And so I'd like to take a moment to do that. I'd like to generally say that I disagree and we object to this process. I understand that you're here and that you have voted to approve and order the town manager pursuant to what I think is number 2238. To review certain renewal licenses based on the number of 911 calls that have been received by public emergency services to those businesses. And so I'd like to say that we're here to participate in this process. I'm not confident that the order or the effect of it is necessarily legal. And just to that extent, I would like to preserve any rights of appeal. Similarly, regardless, positive or negative, I'd like whatever ruling comes down from today to be placed in writing, having a factual basis so that we may have some record from which we can refer. And finally, and I think this is the first time I've been before the town of Scarborough. I'm from up in Oxford originally, most recently in my life up here in Maine. I don't know, most of you from Adam, right? But to the extent that there is what am I trying to say? To the extent that you have some sort of conflict of interest, that there is actual or perceived personal or business interest that you might have related to this kind of issue, be that hospitality industry, hotels themselves. I don't know what there is for land ownership. I just remind the council that you have a duty to abstain and recuse yourself from any actual or perceived conflict. And I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not one exists. But again, just to make the record clear and full, I would start by saying those things. And I thank you for allowing it. So why are we here? Well, as you said, we're here to consider the renewal of this innkeeper's license, right? And pursuant to the order that was adopted by this council in April, effectively any business that has more than 30 calls from January 1st of 2022 is potentially subject to review before renewal is made by this council. Comfort Inn and Suites is one of these businesses, right? And so based on that 911 call history, that application has been brought here for further consideration review. And to the extent you found it necessary or reasonable, additional requirements or considerations, right? I wasn't present for the first meeting at which this application was taken up in May. My understanding, and based on the notes and discussions, which there have been many of with town management, the council asked for two things to be addressed or added. One was on-site security to the satisfaction of the police chief, right? And the second was some form of a social worker to assist the individuals that are currently guests at that facility. We changed the verbiage a little bit, understanding that it was a very specific role that might need to be fit or created. And those were the two things that we were asked to do. You've seen the manager's report. You've seen the police chief and what the fire chief has submitted. I would like to say that I think significant progress has been made as it relates to these two specific requirements. And to speak to them, we have both present here, Mr. Maxwell Smith, who is a representative from Polaris Security. They has been contracted by the Comfort Inn and Suite to provide on-site security. He's working as part of a special team with the town management and the chief of police as it relates to services on site. and he's available for comment or questions should you have any about what is being provided there at the location. And we also have by Zoom, Miss Mary Cook, who's a program director with the Opportunity Alliance. Okay. And so why is it important? First and foremost, the chief of police has indicated consistently that what he hoped and liked to have would be a private security company on site, right? That would be there from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. 7 days a week, and then available on call as it might be necessary or to come through the property. That's exactly what we've provided. You saw a contract with Polaris Security in the materials provided to you by Mr. Hall, and it explicitly states that that is exactly what we have provided. Now, there's an issue or instance that, you know, we would have liked to have had this a little bit sooner, no doubt. And that's why this was previously tabled until today. But that aspect and that ask has been met and honored, right? The second is this social worker. And I may be mistaken. I was reminded by a senior partner at my firm yesterday, had to do with a Rundle. And once upon a time, they wanted to put in a dog sitting business, right? And the town council said, well, you can do that, but we want an animal behavioral specialist on staff. And I thought, well, who needs an animal behavioral specialist at a dog sitting business, right? And so I'm kind of, you know, in the same position here where, you know, I'm not aware of another circumstance where a social services provider has been required or considered necessary for a hospitality industry business. But that being said, right, we've attempted to acquiesce and move forward with that. Believe it or not, and it may not surprise some of you, given the current employment climate, right? It was difficult first to create the job, right? Second, to get it funded by the state of Maine. Third, to get it advertised, right? And then finally, to actually start having interviews for this position. And since we were here in May, when this request was asked, we've been able to do all four of those things. Mary Cook is here to speak to it and the outrageously effective and expeditious process by which she's obtained state funding for this position and has already begun interviewing candidates for that job. Now, to stand here today, I cannot tell you that we've hired that person. But what I can tell you is that we are well on our way. They have an interview on Friday, and they have one scheduled for next week as well, right? And so as it relates to those two specific asks, I can tell you that we have unequivocally met one, security, no doubts whatsoever. And the second is as it relates to this social services individual. And I can tell you that we're well on our way. And for a period of 2 months to turn around and get to that position, I think is nothing short of fantastic, right? And so what does this mean for us and where we're here, why we're here, right? I'm not quite confident in decision-making or the basis of which this council decided to adopt a 911 call number policy to establish or determine the effects or weight of a certain business on the broader public safety apparatus that's here in the town, right? Here, for whatever reason, the number of 30 was chosen. I don't know if there was a study done, if there was some sort of consideration given to effects of these calls or the impact that came from them, but that was the basis, right? And so we're looking to reduce those calls because we believe it has some sort of specific effect or specific connection to what there might be as far as some weight or a use of public resources, right? The current owners, when they purchased this business in March, they took over what was already being used as far as a business model. It's a short-term program. As Mary Cook can tell you, the current funding for this expires at the end of October, right? There's no guarantees of what's going to happen after that. And currently, so we cannot speak to it, right? But currently, that's the timetable we're looking at, is the end of October as far as when this process and when this program expires. So when the current owners took over in March, we saw an awful spike, 84 calls, 84 911 calls to one location. No one likes that, right? That would cause some concern for them, for property owners, right? Trying to run a business. That's significant. That's not something they want. It's not something their guests want, and certainly not something the community wants, right? And so what's happened since then? We've seen each month a reduction in the number of those calls. And not only have we seen a reduction in the number of those calls, we've seen the quality or the categorization of them diminish I would argue, insignificance, right? For example, since April, if you count these up, right? We have, and these are in your packets, so you should have had opportunity to review these before today, right? We have specific categories of civil service and paperwork delivery, right? I don't know if this is subpoenas. I don't know if this is complaints, right? Not related to emergencies, but civil service and paperwork, information gathering. Again, I'm not sure what that is. Calls that required no action when they arrived. 911 misdials, which I don't wish to reduce in significance because I know, absent some explanation to them, they require a follow-up from emergency personnel. But if we include it, 911 misdials and simple follow-ups to prior matters or issues that came up at this location, that counts for over 36% of what these 911 calls are alleged to be. More than a third, right? And so we've seen a reduction in what these calls are. And we've also seen that more than a third of them relate to matters that are not, in fact, of emergency in nature. I want to speak to what I perceive to be some minimization of this progress in some of these reports, right? I think in Chief Holmquist and then also in the fire marshal or fire chief's memo, there were suggestions that somehow these numbers have been reduced merely through threat or intimidation. And that's absolutely unequivocally false, right? At best, we've been cited and told that there are redacted reports and people with names and information that we can't be told, right, that have expressed this to town management. I don't know who they are. I don't know what the circumstances around their call, circumstances around their report were. What I do know is that there's a hotel filled with other individuals who say that's absolutely not the case, right? And it frustrates me and it frustrates management and ownership because they worked very hard to satisfy what the council has asked that it do, right? New security system, new private security company there, exactly the hours and times that the police chief has made request for, working hand in hand with the Opportunity Alliance to create the social service position. And I believe we even take some of the indigent or low income individuals that the town has as far as individuals that come and make use of this service. And I think just to speak to that for a moment longer, and a concern I have and a reason why I preserve my rights to objection as far as this process goes, is this idea of fear or concern that any 911 call that might be made, right, is going to have a negative consequence on someone's house, someone's residence, somebody's ability to provide for themselves or their family, right? Might that be arbitrary or capricious? Potentially. Might it be void for public policy? I mean, there's a reason why people can drop off babies at fire stations or hospitals and not always worry about being charged with something. There's a reason why if a friend has an accident or overdoses, you can bring them to a hospital, and the people that have done that, the Good Samaritan, don't need to worry about facing criminal charges from it. Here, what we've done, right, is established a criteria and a measuring stick that dissuades people from calling emergency services. And so what happens from here? We're here asking for a renewal of a innkeeper's license, which typically, and until April of this year, would have simply been a matter of establishing and proving to the town manager that all of the requirements of that application had been met, right? And that it was still in good working order and standing. But what happens if we deny it today, right? No one knows. No one knows what happens if we deny this license. What do we know? And it comes from the town manager's report. 91 people will be removed from that residence, from that location, to where, who knows, right? The town manager anticipates and expects that those people, the majority of them, will seek assistance from the town's general fund. And so we're concerned about what effect this location, this use is having on the fiscal outcome of the town, of the resources that the town of Scarborough has, right? I would argue that there isn't much that's been presented that actually connects 911 calls to those resources and to the effects on the emergency system. But what I do know is that if 91 people lose their housing and they all have to go to the town for that assistance that they were receiving somewhere else before, that's going to be a significant burden on the town. What I also expect, and I would hope, though I haven't seen this actually articulated anywhere else, is this idea that 911 calls aren't going to go down. These are residents of your town, of your community, right? And the reasons that law enforcement or fire marshals are being called there doesn't have to do with the Comfort Inn, doesn't have to do with the business that they're running, right? It has to do with the people that are there. And whatever issues and concerns and problems they have are going to follow them wherever else they go. And so if you shut down this location, right, you're taking them from a centralized location and you're dispersing them amongst your community. That doesn't reduce 911 calls. What that does is it makes it more difficult to answer them and address those problems. And so outside of the potential effect of this decision, what it would have as far as fiscal policy or decisions on the town, it's really not clear to me what positive effect a denial would have. I would say also, again, given these timeframes and the fact that this program is set to expire at the end of October, you may or may not be aware of Pine Tree Legal's recent attempts and workings down in York County and Wells. Recently, the town of Wells sought to remove a number of guests from a hotel on the basis that they had overstayed what the town said they could be there for, right? Pine Tree Legal filed for an emergency injunction, got that from the Superior Court, and found that those individuals have to go through a full forcible entry and detainer eviction process, right? That's a minimum of 30 days notice. That's a minimum of 2 weeks before you get a court date. If you get a court date, I can tell you from personal experience that the courts are outrageously backed up given the pandemic, right? And then a minimum of another 7 days before any sort of writ of execution could issue, which would then allow for someone to go in and forcibly remove these people. And so if the idea is to change their living circumstances, right, terminating this current relationship and setup is at best going to see some sort of effect or outcome in the end of September, right? And compare that to what we have as far as unknown benefits and likely negative consequences. It seems irrational and unnecessary to take such a significant step. And what happens if we do approve the license renewal and they're allowed to keep conducting business? Well, Comfort Inn and Suites continues to work with the town management, continues to meet as the chief of police and the fire marshal, or fire chief, excuse me, deem necessary and relevant. We share information back and forth. Weekly, they get a guest list from us. These individuals who need services continue to reside in a centralized location where their needs can be met and where they're clearly found. They do it with a security system there, and they do it with a security company there to assist them and dissuade conduct that you might not otherwise want. And what do they also do? They have access to the Opportunity Alliance and its services and a social worker who will soon be hired for that location.
Thank you, sir.
So with that, I think it's obvious that the correct, reasonable decision here, action to be taken, would be one of two things. It would be either approve this license today, right? Or it would be to table this. And I know that that is not something you want to hear, but it would be to table this to a date down the line, a month, to provide Opportunity Alliance that additional opportunity they need to fund, or not fund, but to staff this position that they've created. And what do we also do? We move another month forward towards completion of this current program. And in doing so, we avoid any negative consequences, right? You don't upset the apple cart because God knows where they're going to land, right? And we don't worry about anything else that might be unknown. And I thank you for your time and consideration. And I would also just like to say in closing, Albert Einstein once said that the only thing you really need to know is the location of the library. So thank you.
Well, that point was relevant for today. Any other members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Please come on up.
Hi, my name is Raul Costello. I'm a resident at the Comfort Inn through Opportunity Alliance, the program he was just talking about. And I've been there since mid-February when the program first started, right before the new owners took over. And from a layman's view, you know, being a guest there and in the trenches, it was crazy at first. I don't think the old owners or the new owners knew what they were getting into when they took on this program and the clientele that came with it. But in defense of the owners, that clientele that was overdosing in the hallways, fist fighting in the lobby, things going on in the hotel in the beginning that were just heinous, sleeping in stairwells, defecating and urinating in the stairwells. The people that were originally there in the beginning have been weaned out. 99% I can say that was the cause of them calls. The owners have identified and have done some evictions that were called for to make the residents that are still there safe. And I came in with a partner, sober, and knew there was going to be a challenge because of the location and the clientele that was there in the beginning. And we had a plan to navigate that to try to keep our sobriety. And in the beginning, it was, for an addict, it was impossible. Every time we stepped out of that room, we were confronted with drugs, people using drugs, offering drugs. And for an addict, it was almost impossible to stay sober in the beginning. And it's been a rough ride. Since then, the last few months, it's not like that anymore. The drug dealers and the drug users that were not grateful, that were taking advantage of the program in the hotel and the premises aren't in our faces anymore. The owners took action, and the people that are there now, elderly, people that need this place, that will be walking the streets if we didn't have it, living lives, doing things that I've done in the past that I'm ashamed of. I have a lengthy criminal history because of drug addiction and lack of housing, and, you know, just being on the streets and having to do what I had to do. I'm very grateful for this place. I'm very grateful for the owners that have made it a safer place. And I think the calls are down because of that, not because of threats of us not calling 911. I think it's just been a safer place all around for me personally, and a lot of other people that are here that came up here today to voice our opinions and our concerns, because we do appreciate the opportunity to have a safe place to navigate the next stage in our lives. And I just wanted to speak personally from my point and just say that you know, they're doing what they can do. It's not 100%, probably never will be, but things are a hell of a lot better than they were. And it was crazy in the beginning, but I know there's a lot of other residents here that feel the same way, that would like to speak on behalf of trying to get this license renewed and giving this ownership a new chance at doing that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, if you intend on speaking, please go ahead and you can form a line by the doors just so we know if there's more people that want to speak. If you could just say your name and address and please go ahead.
I live at the Comfort Inn. My name's Catherine Pecoraro. I arrived last week. However, I was checking every day. Circumstances that were out of my control. My house was sold. Matter of fact, my landlord, is 85 years old, my old landlord. He came and got me today to bring me to the doctor. So it wasn't a bad situation. It is what it was. I have been homeless. I spent my life savings, which wasn't a lot, but it was around $5,000 paying for hotel rooms every night for my grown son and my disabled grandson. Trying to work with these, I finally got in, but we were sleeping in a car. I went and rented a van. And my son works 2 jobs. And I rented a caravan to sleep in. I never thought after I retired that I'd be in this situation. I've never been homeless in my life, and it's scary. And I feel safe for the first time in months. I wouldn't have stayed had I been there in the beginning. I wouldn't have exposed my grandson to that. But I was read the riot act when I came. I'm like, wow, I had no idea that this whole hotel was programmed. I didn't. I just knew that, through Opportunity Alliance, they would help me find a place to stay. So I didn't find out the days that everyone there was through that program. And there was no indication of it either. I wasn't seeing anything traumatic, that would make me think of downtown Portland. There's a lot of good people there I've met, a lot of people that need that. And I started calling for apartments on Monday. I mean, if we could find, they're offering to pay our first, last security and our rent out all at once for a significant amount of time. And we need to find landlords that will accept that. And that's what we're all looking for. And that's, and I've been in Scarborough for more than 30 years. As a matter of fact, I'm with my youngest son, who just turned 29 on Sunday, with his son, who's 4. His ancestors founded this town, the Lions, in Pine Point. And his grandmother gave all the marshland and out by Bailey's, the land to the city and to the state for the Audubon Society. So, I mean, we have a tie to this community. And I thank you for what we have right now, and I hope it can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Stephen Tarbox. I reside at the Comfort Inn. Been there for about 4 months. The only thing I have to say is that the owners and stuff, they allowed this to happen. They could have said, no, we don't want the homeless to come here. We don't need it. But they didn't. Unfortunately, there's some bad apples that is making things harder for them. But don't punish all the people that's there, because it's not all the people that are doing that. They've been kind, considerate. They've got programs bringing people food and stuff, and I think that's greatly appreciated, for me anyways, anybody else that's there. And letting them go, you're just putting people on the street. If you look at Portland's kicking the people that are in tents on the street already away. Where are they supposed to go? If they ain't got no place to go, where are we going? Do I have a van down by the river? Yeah, you wish you had a van. You're just gonna be down by the river. So understandably, there's people there that has children and stuff, and looking at it, not letting them do what they're doing and continue and helping them along the way for what you want done would be a disadvantage for the people that are there. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Priscilla Modovar, and I'm a resident at the Comfort Inn Suites. Home is where the heart is. That's my home, regardless on how any of you see it. Shelter, if it ever turned into a shelter, that's my home, 100%. This is ridiculous. I hear that there's a complaint from the cops. I don't care if there's a rich person that doesn't like it. That's my home, my la casa. I'm Puerto Rican Italian. I'm from the state of New York. They don't help in the state of New York. You're on your own. But the state of Maine brought the Comfort Inn Suites. They helped me with everything. And they not ever turned me down. Toiletries, anything that I need. Priscilla, do you need anything? I've not ever in my life have someone tell me, Priscilla, do you need anything? I've had Priscilla, You're on your own. You're an adult now. Learn for yourself. But I don't hear that. They're my neighbors. I don't see anything wrong. I don't use drugs, not ever in my life. I don't even drink. I smoke cigars, but that's all I do. So I smoke. I go to college. I'm a homeless college student. Yes, I go to SMCC, Advanced Human Resources, and I have a disability. A Puerto Rican that does work. This is 7 things on my list that I was supposed to do independently. I was told to be independent. This is called a growing up woman. And all I did was ask for help. Opportunity Alliance didn't have to help me. They could have turned me away. There's so many people in this world that could have turned me away, and they decided to help me. And as far as the city of Portland goes, it was ridiculous to hear when I come out of my room from doing school that I had to be here. There's nothing wrong. Everyone's great. I learned to mingle. I learned to come out of my shell, talk to people. And when I go out of town in Scarborough, I learned it's okay to branch out, to not be scared. That just because I'm staying somewhere that's considered a shelter and it's my home, that it means I'm a loser. I'm not gonna lie, there's a few times I felt like a loser because so many people are doing amazing things. I have my list that I'm working hard on. I also study for school and I'm studying for my driving permit. And I'm gonna be going back to work. I'm 28 years old. I know I'm young and naive, but I'm not stupid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
Good evening. My name is Jacques McCuller, and I've been fighting cancer for over 21 years. And since I've been at the Comfort Inn, I haven't had to go back to the hospital. Took me off the street. Lisa Cook have been helping me. It's been uplifting not to have to sleep in the street and wonder if I'm gonna have to do chemo and radiation and not have a place to rest my head. I'm handicapped. If the Comfort Inn closed, I'm guaranteed I'd be dead tomorrow. And there's plenty of other people around here that's sicker than me. Yeah, elderly that, we can't even get our medicine because we can't afford it, because we can't afford apartments. Because they keep going up on apartments and the landlords don't even want to fix nothing. That's why we are really here. Because as soon as they get their money, they throw you out because you have Section 8 and you have a voucher, which I think should have been illegal. But instead, when you try to get a lawyer won't fight for you, not even legal aid. Because they figure it's just a waste of time. No, it's not. We're human too. Maybe we don't have the resources that everybody else have, but I think we deserve a chance too. And if y'all turn your back, this is what's gonna happen. You'll have people sleeping in your backyards. And I'm quite sure y'all don't want that. People waking up, people sleeping in your cars. This is a small place. There's a lot of people out here that are very nice, that will help you and help us. We just need a chance. That's all we asking for. But we're saying, please don't, close down the Comfort Inn. Give us the chance, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Williams. I am a guest at Comfort Inn with my fiance. As everyone has said, they are helping so many people get off the streets, people with disabilities, families. My sister-in-law and stepbrother, they have a 2-year-old daughter that they can't live on the street with. People with animals that have nowhere to go. they're just like children to them. They don't want to give them up. Specifically me, I have a cat, a dog, and a fish that I don't want to live in my car with. Comfort Inn and Opportunity Alliance have given me the chance to grow up and figure out what I want in life and tell me in their way, like, this is how it's going to happen. I've been at Comfort Inn for a few months now, since like the end of February, beginning of March. And since the new owners have happened, there has been so less calls to the police, less people fighting, doing drugs. Obviously, you don't know what's going on behind rooms. But I haven't noticed anything. And the new security, I think they're a great addition to the hotel. They make people feel safe, especially with families. Some people don't like them, but most everyone there love the security because it makes them know that they're in a safe spot, that they're available 24/7 on call, and that they're going to be there. For me personally, I didn't like having the cops show up. I've had a bad experience with cops. So having the security as a substitution for cops makes it so much easier. For living situations, people do have crappy living situations with them and the families. There's children in the hotel, and if you guys plan to close that down, those families have nowhere to go. They're going to be living on the streets, breaking into places just to keep their kids safe and warm. And you don't want that for kids. I don't. I love all types of children, no matter the age. And it would break everyone's heart in this room to see that you guys are putting children's lives at risk. I would just think about the children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Erica and I am at the Comfort Inn.
My name's Chris Caballero.
Before going to the Comfort Inn, we were literally sleeping in the woods in a tent in the winter, the coldest nights. We also have a little dog named Jax who we was with us, and we did have to give him away for a little bit, and it broke my heart. And then when we called Opportunity Alliance and they did an application, they called us a week later and told us to go to the Comfort Inn, and we've been there since February. And then I finally was able to get Jax back. And when we first got there, there was no cameras. People coming in that wasn't even living there. It was wild. Now that the new owners have came, there's cameras, so a lot more security there.
Less calls.
There's less, yeah. When we first got there was cops there like 3 times a day, every day. Now you don't see one every day. And another thing is that I've been also worried about the kids now that I've heard about this. There's a lot more kids at the hotel now, and what are the parents going to do with them once everything happens? And then I'm keep worrying about where we're gonna go again, because I don't want to be outside again on the streets with my dog once again.
We lived with my parents, and my mother passed away last year, January 2nd, and then I lost my father on Christmas Eve. And then my little brother killed himself in March because my dad died, so we had nowhere to go. And Comfort Inn, they've been really great to us. It's really went down with the calls a lot. All the riffraff is really just gone now. It's been really nice.
And like one of the girls said, it is our home now. And we're looking for apartments, but for right now, it is our home, and that's where we feel safe. And
We got goals that we're working towards in the time frame that we're, so we'd really like the opportunity to keep it open so we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Hi, my name is Joyce Pullen and I'm a resident at the Comfort Inn also. I went in there with a severe alcohol problem. And with the security there, the comfort of the place and people that reached out to me. And I have 78 days sober today, and that's through them. And I'm so nervous. I hate this, but I forced myself to get up here because it's that important. And so the negativity of, we're all druggies and losers. Well, that's wrong because we're all not. And some of the people that ruined it for the people that really are using this program as a stepping stone, not as like a place to just lounge and continue to destroy our lives. It truly, they help out. I have an appointment next week with a social worker already. And I just reached out like a month ago to, like, with my eyes clear, just doing baby steps now and getting everything together. And if I was thrown back on the street, like, that's the serious issue with me. I have bad anxiety and these people have been like so kind. It's almost like a lot of us like family there. And speaking of this woman, Jan, she has a walker. She's an elderly woman, and a woman, Linda. They reside there. Wanted to bring, one of them had to go in the hospital. The other one is too nervous. Like myself, she was crying. So I said I'd speak for her. She's petrified. She's nowhere. And she's in her 70s. And Jan also is elderly, and her and her son live there. And it's a lot of people just trying to use the outlets and like all the services to try to move forward. And if I can get sober at an environment like that, then it's obviously not as bad as people are saying it is. It's a lot of rumors. And I know Scarborough is, to me, like, a high class town, and towns are different than cities. I'm from Lewiston, big difference. Lewiston and Scarborough, huge. And this opportunity was amazing to me. I didn't even know you could live at a hotel. I usually just was grateful to go on vacation when I was growing up. Living in a hotel was a big shock. I was humiliated with my, to tell my family. But knowing like how it makes you move forward, it's not something to be embarrassed of. It's something to utilize as a stepping stone. And there's 91 of us that are petrified right now. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Maria Bowie. I stay at the Comfort Inn as well. I just wanted to say that I believe that there was some confusion with the we can't call 911 or we're going to be thrown out. It wasn't said like that. It was more in the thing of that don't be calling for unnecessary things, like because someone stole your pack of cigarettes or that type of stuff. They never said that we aren't allowed to use those services. So just wanted to let you guys know that. Thanks.
Okay. I see we have a hand up online. If you like to come back up.
I never knew how good a hot shower could take. And I don't think there's anybody here that can't imagine not being able to clean yourself or have bathroom facilities. And when I got in that shower the night that I got here, I've never been so grateful in my life to watch my grandson sleep in a bed, comfortable, no nightmares, because the woods are around. He's at that age. Just think for a minute how thankful we all are for that. That's it. Thank you.
Mary Cook, I'm gonna allow you to speak if you unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for hearing me. So my name is Mary Cook. I'm the program director for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And so a lot of people spoke already to the issue at hand, but I just wanted to add a couple things. One, that this will actually be we've actually been able to post 2 full-time positions that would be on-site resource managers for Comfort in Scarborough. And so that effort wasn't easy, but we were able to reorganize our program in order to accomplish these two positions. We are interviewing, like Gregory Vaughn said, on Friday and then again next week for these two positions. So we are hopeful that they will be filled soon. And so what those positions would offer is on-site resource management, helping with long-term housing goals, connecting to immediate resources. So whether that's medical, dental, substance use treatment, support for children, whatever's really showing up as needs at the hotel, that those positions help the residents meet those needs. A lot of people spoke already to these points, but I think just re-emphasizing that there's a lot of people at this hotel. We have elderly, we have families, we have people who are disabled, we have people who are working full time while also navigating homelessness. And so a place like the Comfort Inn allows people to establish community, establish routines for themselves, a place to lay their head, a place to have a hot shower, to prepare themselves for their days. And when someone, if the town were to decide to not renew the license, this will displace these 91 people. And if they're outside or living in their cars or back into unsafe living conditions, that leads people to not be able to move forward with their goals in life, like getting long-term housing, like gaining employment, all of these things that people need that sense of normalcy and routine and comfort to be able to achieve. And there is a huge housing crisis across the state, across the country, and it is not the residents of the Comfort Inn's fault. These people are working against a system that is not looking out for them and their housing needs. And so it's our duty as social service providers, as municipalities, to look out for our neighbors and our residents of our state. And this is an opportunity to do that, to give these folks more time to work towards their long-term goals, for the state to find more resolutions to the housing crisis. I believe that's all I had to say. But I just want to emphasize this would actually be 2 full-time positions. That's the biggest point I wanted to make. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Did you want to come on up?
Hi, my name is Maxwell Smith, owner of Polaris Security. I'm not very good at speaking publicly, but I'm good at answering questions and being direct. Since we've started at the Comfort Inn, we've had no calls for service on our end for security. We've also had nothing nothing to bring to management's attention. Do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further public comment, do I have a motion to put this on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. And I think if you have questions, we do have the town attorney here as well. We have the chief of police and fire chief as well. If you have questions that you'd like. Hey. Counselor Anderson.
I'll kick things off. First, I want to thank everybody who came out tonight to talk and share your stories. You know, we've been having this conversation and haven't had the opportunity to hear from the residents yet who live there. And I really much appreciate kind of putting a face to it. Because again, up to this point, I've been pretty hard on the hotel and the license, and have pushed hard to say, you know, this is a hotel that should be operating like a hotel, and the town is in a position to try and turn it into a shelter. And personally, I felt like that wasn't the right step for the town to take, because we're clearly not resourced. You know, the owner of the hotel, it sounds like he's really doing a good job to provide a good service to the residents that are there, but even they're not really positioned to be able to provide the full services that may be needed to support everybody through the hardships and the journeys that you're going through. I think hearing from you guys tonight, though, like, I don't want to be the person who forces grandmothers and grandsons out of their homes, or somebody who's battling cancer and fighting through those hardships to put their health at risk. And so personally, I would like to see us either table this as was suggested, or, you know, tonight I would have to support this, that I approve the license.
Counselor Katarina.
Yeah, I want to thank every single one of you who got up and spoke tonight. I know it's not easy to speak in front of us. Even as a town councilor, it's not easy to get and speak in front of other people. So to put your heart and soul out there and tell us your stories was very moving for me. And it really makes me very angry when people demonize homeless people. I have family members who spent time on the street because of whatever was going on with them. So it comes home for me. I agree with Mr. Anderson. At this point, there's no way that I'm going to force 91 people onto the streets. So, you know, whatever we can do. I will hold the owner's feet to the fire, though. I'm looking at him back there. Regarding, you know, we get the social service people in there to work with these folks. That was my big thing. I'm a former social worker myself. And to continue with the security services, because I do know that all it takes is 1 or 2 bad apples to give everybody and their brother a bad name. So if we can continue to do that, I'm willing to continue with this program at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Seiler.
This is nerve-wracking. I came into the meeting tonight prepared to finally say no to the renewal. I had pushed for tabling. I had pushed for more time. I had said that I wanted to work towards a solution. And then we got our packets last Friday, and I felt like the situation was not necessarily meeting the standards that the council had set. And I am so grateful that people were willing to come and speak, to remind us what our role is on this side of the table. I can confidently say that I am not in a position to put 91 people out of their home. I can't believe that this is the position that the council is in, quite frankly. I don't think that anyone, when we ran for office, thought that this was going to be the position, and this is evidence of a system that you know, clearly goes beyond local municipalities. But here we are in the situation, and we are being tasked as leaders to handle it with compassion and handle it appropriately. And so I would be in favor of tabling the issue or renewing the license.
Counselor McGee.
Yeah, as a new guy, I'm gonna step right in it. Here we go. And look, this is with all due respect. I think everyone that got up here and spoke was incredibly brave. I pray for you, each and one of you, that you get the help you need. I look at this a little differently. And there's a couple points I think that need to be clarified overall. One, I don't feel that this is the council's fault if you ended up homeless. There's public safety figures, there are complaints, there's your own behavior on occasion, or those that are living near you's behavior on occasion that's brought this issue to this council. We're not the ones making you homeless. What we want for you is the best for you as individuals. What we've been asked to deal with is a licensing issue. And I hope you also understand that from the point of view, at least from one counselor, is that the use of this facility does not seem to be aligned with what the license is issued for. I don't know many motels or inns that are required to have social service workers, full-time security members and staffs and contracts in place. And I would also add, this is something that we're discussing for the one and only reason that there have just been so many issues. So here's my hope for this evening, because I do truly believe that You are incredibly brave, and there's a lot of you that look like you are wanting to make that next step and get the help or whatever it is you need to move on with your lives. And I really, truly hope from the bottom of my heart that happens. I'm okay with tabling, but I can tell you that I believe that for this community, if we're going to have a shelter with services lined up and to take care of societal issues, not necessarily just Scarborough issues, but societal issues that have not been addressed well in our system, that should be a community discussion with a dedicated facility, not a makeshift facility. I think it needs to be an open public process to discuss that. And I think that's where I'm coming from right now. So do I want to give, do I need a 30-day checkup on this? Absolutely. That would be my preference at this stage. And I would say that, like Councilor Seither said, and probably Councilor Anderson, the only reason was because you were honest and forthcoming with us about what it is you're experiencing and what you need there. You have to make sure those bad apples stay away and don't poison your lives. All right. Because there's some people that are really, I can tell, trying to make some serious efforts in life here. But I also think that you have to understand the position that you've been asking us to put our public safety officers in and our community, your neighbors. If you're living there and you call it home, your neighbors, they don't want their kids to be scared to walk down the road, whether it's justified or unjustified. I think that's a legitimate concern, and I hope you keep in mind your neighbors, these public safety officers that work overtime for you. Okay, that's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Johnson.
Well, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to step right into it too, folks. I very brave. I can relate with you. In the 70s, I was homeless for about a year. You know how it works. You use up all your friends' couch in their camps and the vacant houses, and you sleep in abandoned cars, and sometimes you sleep in non-abandoned cars and under trestles and everything. I've been there. So my heart goes out to you, and I hope you get the help that you need. Nobody is demonizing you. If there's anybody upset in this whole scenario, it's Opportunity Alliance. So we just had a good community discussion last week with I walked into a lake, don't know who they were from, but they were from Portland. They said the worst thing you can do with the homeless people, especially chronically homeless, is just dump them somewhere and leave them. And that's what's happened to you guys. You're not getting the services you need. You need more. And it's not being offered. And this is a hotel, and the guy that's running the hotel is not capable nor expected to be able to really help you for the help you need. So I'm going to be supportive of tabling it, but I'm going to really suggest this council. I'd like to have Opportunity Alliance here present and be accountable for what they're doing. And I want to hear what the plan is to do. And I'm starting to think now that we as a council are going to have to accept the fact that we're going to have a homeless shelter in the town of Scarborough. And we're going to have to deal with that in some manner. But again, very brave. Heart goes out to you. Hope for the best. And maybe we can work this out.
Councilor Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming tonight. I know it must have taken a lot of courage for you to come and to speak to us and from your heart to tell us what's going on in your lives and what you're trying to do. Like others, I've had personal experience, ongoing experience with folks that are homeless. And if not for the family network, and even despite of the family network, we have folks that are in and out of camps and that sort of thing. So, and I had a brother who died young because of dependency issues and all kinds of other drug and alcohol related things. So, the things that you're dealing with, I think touch us all in one way or another. Certainly touches us because we're elected officials and we have to somehow decide on this thing, and what puts us in a very difficult position. Not to be, it's hard to equate to the difficulties that you are dealing with. That said, I think we have a situation that long-term is not tenable, even though there's some hope that you've been getting. I think we have what's basically a de facto shelter. It's clear the Opportunity Alliance is doing heroic things, but that's not sustainable. And I think for us to back into making commitments like that does a disservice to everyone. So the farthest I can go is to table But we really need to redouble our efforts to figure out where we're going on this and what we're willing to do and what makes sense for all. And I think we, in a way, we extended this for a period of time to give it a chance. And it's really not clear that in spite of your good stories about improvements, on paper, it doesn't really look like much has changed. So that's where I'm coming out on it. But I agree with what others have said, and getting face to face with the providers and the folks that are helping you and the other agencies that are involved with this, I think are important. Also, we're going to very soon be turning the corner here into the colder weather months. So we really need to get on top of this. I know that the summer has probably created bigger problems because of, the seasonality of hotel rates and that sort of thing. We'll pass through that, but we'll have another set of challenges very, very soon. So, but thank you for coming. God bless you all. And we are thinking of you, trying to do the best thing for you.
All right, thank you. So this is, it's difficult. I think you guys have demonstrated what being a part of a community can do to people, and you're part of our community now, right? You're all showing up here, you're participating. I think you're going to have to help us through the next step as well. I said before, this isn't a hotel, right? It's a stepping stone. Like somebody said, that's a better way to position it. We're not running a hotel here. We're trying to help people, and it's messy, and there's no standard process for it right now. And we don't know what we're doing. So we can't tell him what to do and he doesn't know what he's doing either. But the fact is people need help. And I think you probably get most of it from each other. And I think that needs to continue. I don't like that we seemingly have been boxed into providing services that we're not ready for. That doesn't mean that we can't start down that path. And I've heard a couple of counselors say that, and I think that's something that we need to start giving some thought to. I think there's a lot of people smarter than us who know how to do this better than us, and maybe we need to start understanding that a little bit better. So what I would say is continue to stay engaged, continue to hold each other accountable, and continue to hold management accountable. There's no guidebook for how to do exactly what's being done right here. So I would also support tabling this. It's not going away. Check back in a month. Tom, do you have any suggestions for when the next logical check-in might be?
Your next regular meeting is August 17th. So that would be the logical date.
Councilor Regan?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to kind of throw out there, I'm not in favor of continuing to kick this down the road 30 days at a time as far as some sort of supervisory force here. There's a license on the line, and I think the 30 days from my perspective is, I think I would like probably an updated report from our public safety departments on the progress that's being made there. And then also, I think in the background, we should really be thinking about the use of this license and what it really means to this town if we're issuing this license. But that's where I land on that.
So you're
I don't
aligned with
here
tabling indefinitely.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be here every 30 days monitoring
Fair.
this. That's unfair, I think.
No.
Yeah.
Mr. President, can I say one more thing to the council?
Please come on. Yeah.
Just want to say it's so reassuring to me that you people here had heard us and feel what we're going through. We didn't know we had people thinking about us and caring about us. When we got to the hotel, we kind of had a plan in our head how we were going to navigate getting from point A to point B. We were just grateful to be off the sidewalks, me and my partner. I ended up in December on the sidewalk with a blanket. And I'll say one thing, it got me sober because that was my rock bottom. And then I had a plan to get some shelter, and that fell through. And Opportunity Alliance, we went there and we pled, isn't trying to stay sober, account for something. And they didn't put us back on the street. They gave us some shelter to try to navigate point A to point B. The last few months have been challenging because we have just been trying to stay sober in the environment that it was at first. And that was so hard in itself. the people that were there in the beginning, just getting through day to day, dealing with that was hard enough. The hotel has been 100% on board with eradicating that and giving us a chance to have some peace of mind to figure out what we do now and to have a chance to have some more time to navigate, and knowing you guys are going to try to send some people to help us do that. That means so much. And it makes me want to just start right now trying to figure out what I do from this day on. And we have the chance to do that without worrying about drugs being pushed in our face and fistfights in the hallway and being bullied and all that. And I just want to thank you guys for saying that to us, and it means a lot. And we need to get on trying to go from here. Where do we go from now? Because we know this is temporary. We're not trying to stay here as long as we can and soak up the free housing. Trust us, we want to do better. And
So I do want to keep us deliberating as a council now. I know we've had a lot of great public comment, but we need to move towards what our action is. Counselor Hamel and then Anderson.
So I want to build on that. So we need to set a time frame by which we will sanction some subcommittee of the council to come back with a recommendation on how to deal with this, short-term recommendation. And what I would suggest is, that'd be hard to do in 30 days, but is it 45 days or it's September 1? Enough time to really decide how we move off this issue of the innkeeper's license, and then what goes beyond that. I think if we don't, I don't think 30 days is really going to give us enough time to solve it. But I think that we need to, come back with when are we going to have a plan, a hard plan that we think we can execute as a council, and try to do that quickly, try to do that in 30 days.
Yeah. Do you have a recommendation? You want to take it up in ordinance? Or are you thinking-
I would suggest we could take it up in ordinance. We could take a stab at this and say, we're going to outline how we're going to solve for it, and come back to the council with that. And with an idea of there being a specific plan, because what I think we have is a de facto shelter. And I don't think we can continue in the mode that we're at right now. We got to solve for the innkeeper license question, and we got to solve for what's the next step. So
for the immediate matter,
Yeah.
we need to determine what to do with the innkeeper's license.
Yeah.
And I think,
Yeah.
Great point. We also, put one of our internal
Right.
conditions could be that we need to address the systemic issue.
yeah, I don't think we can renew the license based upon what we know. I really don't think we can do that. Now, what that means practically, I haven't had a chance to work through that. Does that mean everyone's on the street no matter what in 45 days? I mean, that we need to work through it to make sure we're not just creating a bigger problem.
Right.
Well, so
Counselor Anderson.
what I would like to suggest, because it sounds like the Opportunity Alliance commitment, at least up to this point, goes to the end of October. And I think, again, this is going to take a long time to figure out. So I would suggest perhaps we approve the license through October 31st to be revisited while we take parallel action to determine the longer term solution.
We have the town attorney here. Tony doesn't think that we can do a partial term approval. Phil, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Ken?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Tony that the license ordinance just speaks to 1 year. Approvals or renewals. You could condition approvals, to certain standards or to maintain the processes that you've talked about tonight, the services, the security, the calls. But I don't see any support for a short-term license. Maybe the better idea, it sounds like there's some discussions that may need to happen, is a tabling, and we can continue to work on this in terms of the practical issues that we're hearing.
So then could I offer and suggest that we table until October 31st?
How about table indefinitely? And then Tom's going to keep us updated when it's appropriate. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'd recommend you table to a date certain. Indefinitely effectively takes it off your agenda and does not come back. So I guess as you consider this, I also want to, I guess, reaffirm or have the council confirm that you wish the conditions that we've been talking about, you wish for those to continue and be pursued
Mhm. Yes.
Yes.
with it.
Real quick, just referencing Chief Kindlin's memo here is probably one of my bigger concerns, which is it sounds to me like there is, a higher possibility here of maybe some fire activity based on the personal cooking equipment and things of that nature. Is there anything that maybe the chief and the owner are willing to, I mean, there's gotta be an educational portion to this. There's gotta be, something has to happen before something really bad happens. This real sentiment that's coming from as related to the fire department's memo. And I don't know if there's something already working in the background.
Yeah, I guess I would recommend a shorter tabling timeframe to allow, I think, demonstration that conditions have been met satisfactorily. And as Councilor McGee mentions, I think there's some other conversations that we can continue to have and report progress on as well. So I don't have a suggestion, but I would recommend a shorter term, really to make sure that we're satisfied and engaged, frankly, working toward a better place.
Hey, John.
Go ahead.
Since we have our attorney here, I would like a question answered for me. Hypothetical, this gets voted no. Phil, please explain the process, because I'm assuming 91 people do not hit the streets tomorrow morning. So if you could explain what the process is, the legal process, I'd like to hear it from our attorney. If you could.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Johnson, you can hear me?
Yes. Yes.
So if the council were to deny the innkeeper's license, the hotel would be operating in violation of the ordinance, which requires a license. The ordinance then there's some penalty provisions, and what that would essentially mean is they could be subject to civil penalties, and we would need to bring an action in court to enforce those. So that could be a process. There is some prosecutorial discretion on when and how long you would take to bring such an action if they don't come to compliance, which means operating with a license. So that's what would happen. In terms of the residents themselves, that would be the responsibility of the hotel owner. If they don't have the license to operate the business, they wouldn't be able to operate the business. So they'd have to take necessary steps, as I think their attorney mentioned, which could be a lengthy process. I don't want to opine on that. That's a potentially landlord tenant issue or a hotel guest issue, but that would be the responsibility of the hotel. So that's the short answer is they would be in violation of the ordinance. The town would then need to take some steps to enforce the ordinance and the violations through an enforcement action in court.
I'm not sure I know where to go with that, other than I was trying to think of some synergy of denying the license, which is what's in front of us right here, just to be pure and cold facts, deny the license. And then landlord's attorney, I'm sure will go right into the court tomorrow morning, file an action. There'll probably be an immediate stay by some court. And in the meantime, the owner gets penalized and he works with Opportunity Alliance to place people where they're going to get some services and some help. So I'm just kicking around brainstorms here, guys. I'm not being the bad guy. I'm looking at ideas for discussion. Because to next point, what's in front of us is a license.
Right.
And we've kicked this down the road 3 times, and that's why we're in the position we're in.
That's gonna cost us money.
Counselor Snyder.
So when I first joined the council, Chairman Clucci asked if I would be the Fair Hearing Authority Chair. And I said, I don't know what that is. I don't think you should make me the chair of that. And he said, that's okay. They never meet. They've never met. And I said, yeah, if you need a name, you can use my name. Sure. And fast forward to a situation where people have been evicted from hotels in Scarborough with no notice on a Friday afternoon. They have contacted general assistance, who provided them an emergency amount of general assistance. And these individuals have chosen to go through an appeal process, which means that they were unable to meet a living condition through what general assistance provided. And they had some questions about whether that amount was the right amount. And so they appealed, and the Fair Hearing Authority met, and we conducted hearings, and we heard personal stories of people in this town who have been evicted, who were supplied general assistance, who have nowhere to go. They did not have a solution. There are no other rooms for them to rent. And so I think that it is an oversimplification to suggest that Opportunity Alliance is going to be able to place all of the residents who are living at the Comfort Inn securely in a timely fashion.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I was just gonna counter Counselor Johnson's proposal with the opposite, which is, what if, I think we've all accepted the homelessness situation is here and it's not gonna go anywhere, and we need to do something about it. So if we were to vote yes tonight under the conditions that we've set forth that need to be met, that's going to make us be more accountable to actually figuring this out and coming up with that longer term solution. So I just offer that as the counter to, you know, we've all agreed, or we've all recognized the need that essentially we have a de facto shelter that's likely not going to change anytime soon until the states or feds or somebody does something. So our other option is to vote it through and figure it out.
Oh, by the way, this is not the only facility in the town of Scarborough in this situation. So we're talking as if this is a one-off. There are others.
And we approved their licenses.
Yeah, it's the only one that's operating solely in this capacity. Other ones, I think, have some level of similar use.
And the other ones that we approved also committed to stop doing or providing those services after May 31st for the most part. So
Right.
this
So
is the
they're
only
out of
one
this
that's
business.
continuing to offer this service.
You may go back.
It's
true.
If I may interject on 2 points on behalf of the applicant. The first is, again, understand or recall that this current funding program is set to expire on October 31st. Right. So the second is that under piggybacking on Councilman Anderson's position, one of the three conditions, there are three, we've spoken largely about two, but three conditions that this board was considering allowed for the opportunity for the chiefs, police and fire, to bring the license back for review should they determine that we weren't holding up our end of the bargain, so to speak. So an approval tonight with the considerations or qualifications that were previously contemplated and have been spoken to allows for the board to review that license.
Well, it gives you a time frame.
Yeah.
That does give a time frame.
That actually raises a question for Phil. So if we renew the license, we're renewing it for the year. If the fire chief and police chief bring it back to us for review, is there anything we can do about it in that situation?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the ordinance does allow you, and I think you have the inherited authority as well, to suspend or revoke a license. So only after notice in a public hearing, but you can suspend or revoke a license for non-compliance with the ordinance, statutes, or regulations of the town, and I would argue for conditions of approval as well. So so that's another option for you if you were to renew with conditions.
Okay. Nick?
Yeah, quick. The date effective of the license, is it back from their original expiration date, not from like tonight, or it'd be 1 year from when it would have expired previously, correct? Okay, thank you.
So I guess what I'm hearing, I'm a little torn because if the funding's up in October, do we want to require this to come back before or near that time? Go ahead, Nick. You can.
Sorry, I'm very active this
I
evening
am asking
already. So I'll say this. They'll tell you that the funding is done in October. There's no guarantee that they don't re-up the program, refund the program, double the program. We've got no control over that. I'm not going to bank on it being done in
So
October.
there's not a real deadline, is what you're saying.
My opinion is it could be that program, or another program could step in and pick up the slack at the end of October. So problem doesn't go away October 31st.
If I may, on behalf of the applicant, I would just say that consistently, I think we've communicated that this is not the long-term intention for this facility, that there is some end date.
Put that in writing.
The other ones that.
It's a straight question.
I mean, well, if you're asking for an agreement today on that, I am not in a position to do that. But my expectation is that that would be something that would generally be reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, I would request then part of our provision, whatever motion gets made tonight would be that becomes part of the application, an end date for terminating their relationship with Opportunity Alliance. And to Nick's point, other hotels did have that language in their application.
The other thing that I think we should do is to find out what condition, what situation are the other hotels actually in? So they're not in this mode, or the mode that, that the Comfort Inn is in or was in, but what, because my sense is what happens is people are just go from place to place and they're in and out of different hotels, and though they might, the other places, Motel 6 or whatever, whichever ones they are there's some other variation of what we're dealing with here in terms of a combination of shelters or housing that's being made available for folks that are that are homeless. So
It's virtually impossible for us to know that.
Yep.
Certainly on a daily basis.
Yep.
And the fact is, the town itself, through its general assistance, will often use local hotels
Right.
to put people up. And so,
That's correct.
let's not be naive. This practice has happened for a long, long time, just not at this level of intensity in one location.
I think we need to bracket this issue, and really drive it to ground. And if the October 31st date is not the real one, we need one that's going to give us enough time to resolve it and determine what the long-term approach is with this license and with this facility. So it's more than 30 days. And I don't know that it's going to run to October, but.
I also would make the point just that, these are residents who are living in the Comfort Inn, and living 30 days at a time is very stressful. I can only imagine. And so I don't want to put us in a position where we're asking people to wait on our discussion every 30 days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not good for anybody.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah. He's back.
So we know what we don't want to do.
Well, it sounds like I missed the most important part.
No,
With that.
So in terms of progress with meeting some of these conditions, it sounds like there is some progress, but not as hoped by the town. What I don't want to do is lose sight of this. I want the applicant to have incentive, in fact, to continue pursuing them. And for the relationship to continue to improve. And that's the difficulty of tabling it out too far, is you lose some of that. That said, the next meeting is probably too soon. I think we just found. How about September?
How about the second meeting?
Okay.
September. I think.
I would just note that the conditions as written, in my opinion, gives satisfactory, well, one, recognizing that neither one is met to the letter as we sit here tonight, but each of them give an opportunity for staff to bring the matter back to you should they not be satisfied. And so you should have some comfort in that. So if you choose to go the approval route and rely on these conditions and staff to monitor them and report back accordingly, there should be some level of comfort associated with that.
Yeah.
Phil, can you step us through the suspension or revocation process again?
Sure. Yeah. So if a license, so once granted, licenses can be revoked. It's explicit in your ordinance, but you would need notice in a hearing. So you would give the opportunity for the innkeeper to come back, present their case and why the license should not be suspended or revoked. And then you'd go through a somewhat similar conversation you're having tonight, which is, was there a violation of any of the ordinances, including the innkeeper's ordinance, or specifically in this case, the conditions of approval. So I sort of support what Tom just said. You've got, if you were to choose these and include these three conditions, for example, and the third one, and I'm just using this hypothetically, which is that the police chief and the fire chief agree that the inn is generating calls that cause unreasonable or undue burden on public safety. Well, that would be presented and the innkeeper could present their side and the council would vote whether to revoke or not. That's the way the process would go. And that of course could be appealed.
Sure. Okay. That was helpful. Councilor McGee and then Anderson.
Yeah. So I'm a little uncomfortable right now in the sense of trying to approve something when I'm not sure we've provided any, as a council, any type of backup to what our public safety officers are telling us right now. Especially as it relates to, excessive possessions and storage spaces, personal heating. Like we've given them the authority to bring it back to us. What are we saying to our public safety officers? Are we telling them that what are we saying to the applicant? You better clean this up, or we're asking our fire department and chiefs to take care of this? Great, but what is it we're asking to clean up in this memo? I mean, I see public safety is a big issue here. I mean, for not just our community, for the people who actually live there, there's safety hazards going on. That what's the mechanism? And maybe the fire chief might be willing to answer that, but what's the owner of this facility saying to this memo? What are they going to do for steps? And I think that's where my level of uncomfort. What's the direction? Where's our backup for these guys?
The chief is here, and just last week, we were able to gain access to each and every room. Prior to that, we had some sense occasionally to see what was happening in rooms. So this is fairly new information, and I think Chief will report. This is an ongoing conversation, and I expect it will be ongoing to provide some level of satisfaction to his concerns.
Sure. And just for the public record, my name is Rich Kindle, and I'm the fire chief and local health officer here for the town of Scarborough. And just to frame I said a couple months back when we decided to table, last time when the council decided to table, we had not had the opportunity to do a full inspection on every single room. We took for granted that stuff was going fine in each individual room, and we lauded the progress that the innkeeper had made in his common spaces and taking care of the hotel and getting it to where it was. Shortly thereafter, a few weeks ago on July 1st, we had a structure fire on the second floor in one of the rooms that was, in my opinion, slightly diminished by some, but it was a very serious event that could have turned really bad. If you ask what keeps a fire chief awake at night, it's congregate living. And I don't mean hotels, I mean apartment buildings, things like that, where people don't have control over everything that happens in their building and don't know what's going on. So these public safety issues that we posed in the memo I gave are concerns that I have no reason to believe that AJ won't fulfill the responsibility. I am a little bit concerned about not having those part of the conditions to make sure those things are corrected, specifically cooking in rooms, the excessive storage in the rooms. I know these folks bring a lot of their stuff with them. They don't have any place to put it. But we saw some of the folks in here that are disabled that when we walked into their rooms and did inspections, I personally went with a team from code enforcement, from our offices, the police department, we went all together and we saw some conditions there that were very concerning for us, namely egress, getting out of the building if there was an emergency like they had on July 1st. So I have no reason to believe that AJ won't respond. As a matter of fact, one of the bigger issues, the storage in the common areas, was corrected the day after I sent him the memo. He sent us pictures and things that, so I think that if he's given the opportunity, that the innkeepers will make the corrections to those public safety things, but it would certainly be one of the conditions before.
I just would want to respond to this. I don't think we can do anything until we confirm that hazards that have been identified by the fire chief here have been removed. The concept of that and not dealing immediately with an unsafe condition, it just is a non-starter for me.
I feel like we have some sort of exposure if we were to move forward without those being corrected, or at least on the way to being corrected. But I certainly defer to the council on that.
Go ahead.
And this is why and no one wants to make this a 30-day living situation for anyone, but this is why I think a 30-day update from our public safety officers is hugely incredibly important, at least to me, before I take a vote to either approve or deny a license request.
So maybe a non-action item update from the fire and police chief
I think
at
it's
our
a
August
table-
meeting.
Tabling pending an update.
Yeah, we table pending an
An update.
update.
Mhm.
Scheduling will be at our August meeting. Can we,
Yeah, you table it to that meeting, so.
so then it would be on our
It
agenda.
would be on your agenda for consideration for action.
I was trying to avoid the people getting weary about the 30-day.
It's a threshold issue.
So we could table it to September with an update at our August meeting from, just expected from the fire and police chief.
Your
Yeah.
September meetings are September 7th and 21st.
Correct.
Till September 21st.
Yeah, they're gonna need a little bit of time to make some of the corrections, I would assume.
That gives
I
us a
would say
little
that
bit of a
most of
runway.
these, Counselor McGee, are fairly easy to make. There are gonna be, I think he's gonna run into some pushback with the cooking in the rooms. That is certainly was a big concern, and it wasn't in every room, but it was in some rooms that it was pretty
Do you have
blatant.
a recommended time frame? Is 30 days, do you believe significant? Is that enough time to coordinate it all, correct it all, and then report back to this council for a vote? Would that be
Perhaps
reasonable?
not correct at all, but certainly time enough to report progress.
My intent is to, the relationship that we built with the innkeepers, I think is fairly good. And I think that we'll be able to get this done in pretty quick fashion. I don't want to put a date certain on it, but I think that he'll address these issues as he has in the past. And I do, if I may, Chair, I do want to say that, my team has been doing public safety, been involved in public safety for close to 30 years for all of us that are here. And we are here for them. We're here for these folks to make sure that they are living in a place that is suitable, that's protected, and provides them a place that's safe. And that's what we've instilled our careers and what we've worked our whole careers to do is help people. And that's really where the crux of our side is to make sure that they're safe and they're in their homes, as they call them. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Keep going.
Okay, I'm on a roll. Chief Holmquist, could I ask a question about a 30-day period for items you've mentioned as well? My major concern coming from your memo is the possibility of people saying, don't report something to the police. And that's a huge concern because to me, that's almost fostering an environment that could be abusive or violent. And I'm sure most of the people in this place are trying to escape those lifestyles. So how does that 30-day timeframe work on your end?
I think we all can recognize that from the fire side of the house, 30 days may be adequate to solve the issues that they've identified, but 30 days from the police and social services side of the house is just scratching the surface. We could report out to you in 30 days that we've made progress, but I wouldn't expect this issue to be solved in 30 days. That's the reality of the situation. To be fair to the security company who has been hired full-time as of July 12th to provide services as we requested between the hours of 4 p.m. and midnight, we haven't had a chance to establish a working relationship between our agency, Polaris Security, and AJ Dillon from the Comfort Inn. We've met with AJ several times. I've spoken with Maxwell Smith from Polaris Security a few times via the telephone. I met him here tonight. I believe we can work together. I'm optimistic that we can, but 30 days is not going to be able to, we won't be able to come to you with a solution for this issue. We can come to you with progress, and I can promise you that our staff has been working on this. They've been working on this very hard since this was presented to us in March, when the calls for service at one particular location in our town went through the roof. They take their jobs very seriously. They do show a level of compassion for our folks that are living there because they are part of Scarborough, and we have taken an oath to protect them. So we take that oath very seriously. And to say that we're going to be able to solve this issue in 30 days is just not realistic.
Counselor, that was not your expectation, was it? to solve the issues?
Not to completely solve them, but a progress report, that's not too short of a time frame to update your data figures and just kind of maybe give us another general sense of what's going on there.
Yes, we can definitely give you a status. As often as you may want it, 30 days is adequate. We've been keeping our numbers for nearly every town meeting since May. We keep those numbers updated on a weekly basis, and our team will continue to work with the stakeholders involved, to include the Opportunity Alliance and the security team that has been hired. We'll be working with them to try to make some positive steps forward.
Till that inspection, we didn't know a lot of the things that we were drawing. But since they've been bringing to our attention, we'll go and do whatever it takes as quickly as possible. You know, we're cooking, you know, some police calls and all that. And we weren't educated on it. You know, we were just kind of worried about just staying safe at first. You know, with our sobriety. They did a great job on that. So until this inspection, we didn't know the little things that we're talking about, but we're willing to work on that, all of us. I know everybody here was what we found.
So I'm going to offer a motion to table this to our September 21st meeting with the conditions as outlined on the order, and with the expectation that staff will give us a progress update during our August 17th meeting. Okay, so I've made a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
For the record, on behalf of the applicant, we approve or consent to that action.
Thank you. Did we get a second?
Second.
Okay. This is a tabling motion, so there is no discussion. Tony, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Seider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Next is order number 22-074, the 7 p.m. public hearing and first reading on the new request for a marijuana license and schedule final approval. Sorry.
It's 5 minutes.
Like,
Okay. We're going to backtrack. We take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We are now on order number 22-074, 7 p.m. public hearing and first reading on the new request for a marijuana license and schedule final approval for Wednesday, August 17th from the following businesses. First is Theo's Place located at 148 Pleasant Hill Road for a medical marijuana cultivation, and UGBP LLC located at 31 Washington Avenue for an adult marijuana cultivation facility, and Rose Smoke LLC located at 3 Commercial Drive for medical marijuana products manufacturing and medical marijuana cultivation facility. Mr. Assistant Town Manager, do you have a brief introduction for this?
I do. Do we need to split the question first?
So we're gonna
No?
do
Okay.
public hearing.
Okay, great.
Your
Okay.
intro, we'll do a public hearing,
I'll
split
offer
the question.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So all 3 of these license holders have been inspected by staff. There are some outstanding concerns with one. Again, it's public hearing. It's fine. We'll have it resolved. There are 2 others that seem to be in good standing. But all the staff inspections have been completed for all 3.
Okay. Any members of the public that are here to speak to this item? Seeing none and none online, I'll close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Just state your name and address and
Good evening. My name's Leo Paquette. I'm the applicant at 31 Washington Ave, UGP LLC. I just wanted to make it aware to you guys that us as applicants were just issued a letter from the OMP about a September 8th deadline, and it would be catastrophic to some of our business models if we can't meet that deadline. So I just appreciate all that you guys are doing and hope that you keep that in mind for us.
thank you, sir. Okay, seeing no further public comment, I will close the public hearing now. And do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And the first topic, I believe Councilor Katarina is prepared to offer a motion to split the question.
Yes, I have a motion to divide the question. I would move approval to divide the question to take UGP LLC up separately and to take final action this evening. So move approval, the new request for a marijuana license for the following business. UGP LLC located at 31 Washington Avenue for an adult marijuana cultivation facility.
Excuse me, the first, we need to divide the questions.
Oh.
A second for that.
Second.
Okay,
And then
so
we
all
have
those in
votes.
favor of dividing the question, please raise your hand. And that vote is unanimous.
Now move approval.
Exactly. As a function of the division, you must dispense with the item divided out first.
All right, so now I'll read that.
Yes.
See, I told you I needed coaching. Move approval for the new request for marijuana license for the following business, UGP LLC located at 31 Washington Avenue for an adult marijuana cultivation facility.
Second.
Motion was made and second. Any discussion? Councilor Hable.
Yeah, this is a little more involved than one might think. So there's some background to this that I think I would like Liam Gallagher to help us with. There's some technicalities associated with this, so I thought we'd have some background and discussion as to the reasoning and the rationale for dividing the question. Thank you.
Sure. So as the applicant briefly spoke to his public comment, the applicant submitted their application on June 22nd, normal process. They are proposing to move some of their product into their adult cultivation facility here in Scarborough. Unbeknownst to them, they received a letter on July 8th from Office of Cannabis Policy indicating that all of their product, to the degree they wanted to move product, this wasn't just for them, this was across the state, had to be moved from a medical cultivation to adult use cultivation by September 8th. So this was so there's sort of a crisis from the applicant standpoint that was not of their creation, was not of the town's creation, certainly not of the council's creation. It's really of the Office of Cannabis Policy that's requiring this. We have engaged in some discussions with OCP to say that they will, under our existing timeline, have local authorization by August 17th. However, due to OCP's timeline, they can't they can't meet their own self-imposed September 8th deadline to allow that transition of, and I'm sure that my experts in the back will give me some correction on, but that's generally the concept here. I will comment on a few other things. Abutters were notified. This was the public hearing. Obviously, there was no dissent to or opposition to the license, which I think is an important piece. And our ordinance doesn't actually require two steps to grant approval of licenses. It's the process we've adopted largely, with a few exceptions here and there of doing a public hearing and then subsequent action at the following meeting, but it's not required by the ordinance. The only thing that I think is the council could be sensitive to is the fact that the notice in the newspaper did stipulate action would be taken on August 17th. Outside of that, again, we do have, I believe, legal counsel still on the line who can speak to the list, the risk to the degree that exists. Staff did conduct a full inspection today of that facility. I will say it's probably the cleanest and most comprehensive facility. Maybe there's one other in my experience inspecting now probably 60 or 70 establishments over the last few years. It's probably it's really the gold standard in terms of investment and cleanliness and preparedness. So certainly staff has no issues with the license. And I think it comes down to a question of whether the council can consider a deviation from the process that we had outlined when we set the agenda.
And I would just like to add that I know Councilor Katarina and I spent a lot of time in ordinance. It seems like many moons ago. It took about 18 months for us to adopt all the ordinances. So whatever we do here, I know that we're being asked to be flexible and to give consideration to this request, but I really want to support it only to the extent that it would be non-precedent setting, and it wouldn't suggest to the public that we are trying to in effect, not follow our own guidelines in terms of timing required for approvals.
I think what I'd offer there is because this is a kind of the OCP imposed deadline, this is not something that we're going to have happen on a regular basis. It really seems to be a one-off. I think the other thing that I think is, in talking with legal counsel earlier today, is a legitimate question, is the process that we've largely adopted and followed of two steps. Because it's not reflected in the ordinance, I think there's really two questions for the council. Do we want to continue that practice? If so, we should codify it in the ordinance. If we don't want to continue that practice, then we should go back to a single agenda meeting, action, and public hearing.
And we'd be happy to address that in the ordinance committee meeting a week from tomorrow.
I'll add to the list.
Every other business license is a one meeting process, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I would be in favor of making marijuana one meeting process as well, but the fact is we've been doing it differently. So this isn't really, it's a deviation from the norm, but it follows our ordinance.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I may be wrong, Liam, but my recollection is that you typically will do the inspection between the first and the second reading. Is that not correct?
It really depends on staff schedule.
Okay,
There are times when we certainly we ideally we would do it before we put it on an agenda for even public hearing. There are times when we have done an inspection between public hearing and action. Certainly, we always do an inspection before the council actually takes action. And in that case, this has been met.
Okay.
But I would, whatever we're going to do, I would like us to do it formally and not in an ad hoc fashion, and to make sure that we're being deliberate and we're following the steps we normally follow with making changes to an ordinance. Even if we have discovered that it may be unwieldy, we've got an unwieldy process. The other question I had is I want to make sure, and this is a question for Phil, but do we have to do another public notice then if this departs from the public notice we gave?
Phil, you still with us?
Yes, sorry, I was kicked off, but I'm back on. So no, you wouldn't have to do that. So Councilor Hamel, what you should look at in ordinance committee is if you want to have a two-step process, then that should be codified, because that's actually not what the rules say today. So this sort of came to my attention today, and it sounds like that's been the sort of more informal practice of the council. But I looked at the council rules, I looked at the marijuana ordinance itself. There's nothing that requires two reading for these kinds of orders. So it sounds like it's been done that way, but that's actually not the way either ordinance reads. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to, if you want to have a two-step process, codify it or go back to the one-step process that's in the ordinance. So no, you wouldn't need it. I just want to say that, but no, you would not need to renotice it. You would be approving it tonight. Yeah.
I'll confer immediately with the chair of the ordinance committee.
So I need some help here. We are back to the divided question. As the motion that's on the table from Councilor Canerita has been made and seconded, correct? Is there any further discussion or clarification on that? So I'm going to call a vote. And all those in favor of approving the motion is read. And it's unanimous. Thank you. Now we're back to the original motion, or the other two, which we had the public hearing, and we are now scheduling a final approval for August 17th, 2022. I don't need any motions on that, right?
That's correct.
All right. So is there any further discussion on that? So I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And it's unanimous. Thank you. Now we're moving on to old business. Order number 22-041 is the second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 405, the Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance, Section 4, Administration, Section 6, Definitions, and Section 9, Performance Standards. This came to us from the Ordinance Committee, went to the Planning for review as well. Councilor Hamel, do you have any introductory remarks?
Tom, maybe you can help me with this, but these were changes that we made that were, at the request of Mr. Foss and the folks at Hillcrest. We met several times. We tried to make as many changes as we could. There were some, so this is basically a repeal and replace measure. We've already had the public hearing and the first reading, which was a unanimous vote in favor of putting things forward. There was one correction, I think, that Cody added. We had one error that was there. Apparently, there are other changes that Mr. Foss wants to make, but we have not. Those have not been recommended by the ordinance committee.
Okay. So are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Please step up.
Thank you again for listening to me. My name is Teresa DePassis, and I'm president of State Manufactured Homes. I'm here tonight with my daughter, Tina Marie Smith, the vice president, and Jacob Smith, our heir apparent later on in life, and our attorney, Alan Beagle, and the rest of the audience are all my residents, or our residents, rather. I've asked many times to sit down and go over this with the ordinance committee. And the only people we have talked to on a, I guess, a cohesive basis would be Mr. Hall and the town attorney. I've given comments after comments after comments several different times and have yet to be invited to sit down. And I'm an expert in the industry. I've been in it for 50 years. And I think some of my comments should be put into the code. The big thing on Chapter 405, the HUD code is not written as it's in the ordinance. You have to have a HUD code that is the federal law. You can't have the state law, the federal law. The federal law supersedes the state law. It's very clear what the HUD code is. I've given it to you over and over and over. I know nobody likes to listen to me, but trust me, the HUD code is the federal law. That's what the homes are built to. There's a HUD seal on the back of each home, and that's what we do. By changing the definition and the size, you've in fact eliminated a lot of the houses that we sell, and it's just not the right thing to do. So as far as Chapter 405, we ask you to let us sit down with you and come up with something that makes sense. You've had a law on the books since 1944 applying to house car trailer camps. I've been asking for this to be reviewed for the last 35 years. Now, all of a sudden, it's on a fast track and nobody talks to us. Why are we wrong? I listened to the Comfort Inn. We've been equated to the Comfort Inn by Mr. Hall. Tonight it was mentioned to me. I listened to all the testimony. That's not what we do. We have homes that are owned by the homeowners. We own the land. That's all. They are residents. Most of them are senior citizens. I don't believe you've had 50 police calls in a month. If I have, good for them. You know, at least they're having fun. But it's wrong. You just have to sit down and talk with us. This is not the right way to do things.
So I'd like to.
And if you don't want to do that, then we'll go with the discrimination thing. You're discriminating against manufactured housing because you equate us with the trailer parks of old. And that also is wrong. That's not who we are now. Maybe in 1946, you had a case. Now you don't. We're permanent housing. Our residents love to be there. They're there of their own fruition. And let's sit down and talk about this. You can't discriminate against one form of housing in the town of Scarborough. License apartment buildings, license every other rental housing, and then license us, but not now. We're not going to deal with it.
So I'd like to respond to a couple of things that Mr. Foster said, and number one, I want to, and we'll come back to talk to Phil and Tom about it, but we really did address the issues that Ms. DeFoss raised, and there was a reason why we didn't feel we could go any further with what she was recommending. So we could go through those point by point, but one thing I want to say at the outset, if you're suggesting that I personally have a stigma or that somehow the town has a stigma against manufactured housing or folks that live in the Hillcrest community, that's absolutely false. My grandmother lived in a mobile home. My mom lived in a mobile home. My brother lived in a mobile home. I know mobile homes very well. Okay, so suggesting that somehow, you know, we're against you and somehow have a stigma or be discriminating against you, I simply have to reject that. What I'd like to talk to are the things that we felt we could not include in the ordinance, and that was discussed repeatedly with not only with the ordinance committee. We went through them line by line with Phil Saucier and the rest of the ordinance committee. And we had reasons for each one why we didn't include those. And so, Phil, can you help me out here? Just think back to this. And then we just went forward with continuing discussions with Tom and also with Phil. And we felt at this point in time, we've gone as far as we can with what Ms. DeFoss has recommended. And we respect her and the work she's done. This particular area of housing is going to be instrumental to us in the future in terms of helping us to address the housing affordability issue and providing homes for people at different stages of life. So Phil, can you help me out here with what we covered?
I can. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Phil, just a sec. I'm sorry. So we're just doing public comment now. So I allowed you to respond, but I don't want to have a back and forth and lose sight of the fact that we're taking public comment.
Can I just respond? Because one thing that Mr. DeFossa said, I think was a mischaracterization. If I equated her community to the Comfort Inn, it was only in the context of a discussion around why a licensing process is important. And I used the Comfort Inn as an example where this public legislative body needs an opportunity to see an operation and to take action when and if it's ever necessary. And I guess the other point we're making this, there seems to be a suggestion that this is a new requirement. The licensing requirement has been in for many decades, as I recall. I don't know exactly how long, but I just want the council and the public to appreciate that this is no new requirement. It's just a continuation of the existing practice.
Yeah, I guess I'll respond as well. I own a small rental property in a neighboring community, and I had to get a business license to be able to rent to people. They brought fire, police, and everybody to inspect to make sure that it was safe and sanitary for me to do that. I actually think we should be licensing multifamily in Scarborough. It's not something we've taken up or discussed, but but that's not what's that's not what we're talking about right now. That's going to be the next agenda item. This one is ordinance amendments around manufactured housing communities. So I'm going to turn it back to public comment. There's a couple other items that these are all coming together, so there'll be additional opportunity to come up as well. And I know that we have some amendments that are based on the DeFossa's feedback that Councillor Johnson is intending to offer up after we get through the initial public comment. So with that, are there any other folks here that would like to speak to this topic? Okay, so I'll take a motion to put this on the table.
So moved.
And before we jump to discussion, I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson to offer his amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. See if I can get through this. On 405, there's some amendments on 405, which is chapter 405 or Scarborough zoning ordinance, because this was truly a repeal, replace of a manufactured community ordinance that's intertwined with other ordinances. So again, through some of the concerns that have been brought forward by the applicant, I'm going to offer some amendments. Now, there's a series of them. And I was going to hope that Liam could pull up 405, please. And how about on the dividing the question? Do we do that? Now, what I'm going to suggest to the council, there's about 4 of them. If you had been familiarized with them, if anybody feels that we should divide these questions to discuss them separately, I think now would be the time to.
So you'll
bring that
offer it
forward.
as a package?
I was
And
going to
then
offer it as a
if somebody
package.
wants to divide it after that.
They'll do that
that's the
afterwards.
option.
Can I ask Counselor Johnson to please provide rationale for why he's doing this? Because this is the first time hearing about it.
So these are staff recommended amendments based on the feedback that. the
Based on
Scott
subsequent
family-
discussions with Tom and with
Yes.
with,
town
okay,
attorney,
thank you.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
And some communication back with Mr.
Thank you.
Foss.
Thanks
Okay.
very much.
Councilor Johnson, if it helps you, the town attorney is certainly very familiar with these. He could describe them for you if you wish and summarize.
Yes, actually, I would just mention the section and then cue it up for either you or
Fine.
Phil. So the First Amendment is section 5, which is in the definitions on page 2. And that's a change in the definitions of manufactured housing. Phil, do you have anything to add on this? Is it clearly found on, I always find this red thing very difficult to read. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So what this does, so this was going to put in the definition of manufactured housing directly from the state statute. We've gone over this before. And instead, the DeFossa's have raised and their attorney has raised a number of concerns with the state definition. It's not our definition. And I want to be clear about that, but it's the state definition. So to take away any ambiguity, what this does, it simply takes out the text which came from the statute and just refers to that statute for the definition as may be amended. So what we've heard from the DeFossa's is that this should be amended. This council has no authority to amend the state definition in Title 38. That's a municipal statute. That's the statute that authorizes us to regulate manufactured housing. And we are limited by that statute. And there's been at least one court case on point that has said we are sort of hemmed in, if you will, on what we can do. And we're limited to that statute. So I do not recommend changing the definition of manufactured housing. Sounds like maybe the state should, and maybe that's a legislative amendment in the future. But what this does is simply refers to the definition as it currently exists in state law, and it says as may be amended. So if it is amended, the town's definition would follow along.
Thank you, Phil. Another recommended or suggested amendment is on section 9. Y, performance standards for manufacturing and community housing on page 3. And there's 4 different bullets in here. I was wondering if you could walk through each one of those, please.
Sure, thank you. And again, these are, remember the intent of this exercise was actually not to change any substance. So these were all pulled over from the existing ordinance as elements that the ordinance committee wanted to keep. Now, what these new amendments do is they're in direct response to the DeFossa's concerns and their attorney. So we've taken, what we're proposing now is to take out some of these provisions that they did not like. It's we've gone back and forth. So the first one would, they'd expressed concern with one, that the lot is 30 by 70. There's already a minimum square feet of 2,100. That's also regulated by state law. We can't go lower than the minimum square footage in any other ordinance. So we're proposing now to take out one. also take out if in the new one, the former two, this lots shall be arranged in rows. They had disagreed with that. So staff is now recommending to take out shall be arranged in rows. They provide a comment in section 3, the new section 2, and took exception to the word parked. The homes are not actually parked. It's an old terminology, so we put installed instead of parked. And then if you scroll down a little bit further to 5, the former 6, this is actually something that was not caught. This was caught after the first reading. This is just a change that needs to happen. Sometimes zoning ordinances use the word conditional use. Scarborough zoning ordinance uses the word special exception for this type of permit. So this is not changing substance, it's just using the correct terminology. You need a special exception permit, not a conditional use. So those are the changes to that section.
Thank you, Phil. So moving on to sections, if I have my Roman numerals correct, 13 and 14.
Yes, thank you very much. This is something I think that just may have got lost in the shuffle with the former planning director leaving. This just needed to happen. I think it was an earlier draft. Again, a number of the corrections here were the correct terminology to use. Again, at the DeFoss's suggestion that the council agreed with, instead of mobile home parks, to use the word manufactured housing community. So these were 2 sections of the ordinance, which are areas where they are special exception uses, the RFM and the RF, and just changing it to the new terminology that we're going to use, and no substantive change.
Thank you again, Phil. So council, that is the extent of the collection. So if anybody would like to divide any of that, this would be the time to do it.
So offering that as a motion.
I offer as a motion to bring forward the suggested recommendations in chapter 405 with you.
Very good.
So may I ask you a question?
Second.
Sorry.
Okay, so motion's been made and seconded. Now discussion, Counselor Hamlin.
Question. So when were these final edits added?
Staff distributed a memo.
Probably 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I thought it was it was subsequent to the first reading.
Correct. So now we need to make that's why they're being
Okay.
offered in the form of.
So I didn't see them in the agenda packet.
They were, admittedly, it's very confusing, but we tried to, it's the highlighted.
Oh, okay.
title.
Okay.
It's 2 shades of pink.
Yeah.
Okay,
need
so
more
but for whatever
colors.
reason, mine's determined. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Anderson.
So just for clarification and for Ms. DeFossis, because she keeps bringing up the HUD concern. So we have to, based on Phil's recommendation, state law requires us to use that language, which is why we have to use it. We don't really have the ability to influence that. So she would need to contact state legislatures with the recommendation to change and amend that particular law.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it really has no practical impact because as Ms. Foss noted, manufactured housing units themselves are certainly regulated by state law. I'm sorry, the state agency. So the town's not regulating those units. This is about the community itself. So there should be no impact. But again, it is a state law, and so it sounds like and I've been convinced by that maybe the state law needs to be, but I don't want to put the town in a position of using different definitions than what the state law, the municipal statute 30A requires us to use.
May I make one other comment? So just for people may be wondering, why did Mr. Foss might be wondering, why didn't this go back to ordinance? And I think the general feeling is that these were remaining items that were addressed directly by staff and by council. There was really no need for it to go back to ordinance. And that's kind of why we are here now debating the question and dealing with it this way.
Mm-hmm.
So
at the last meeting that all of us attended, we were told that we would be included in the ordinance committee. I'm Tina Smith from 208 Pleasant Hill Road, sorry. And I also work at State Manufactured Homes. We were told at the last meeting that we came to that we would be invited to participate in the ordinance committee's creation of this, and it was done by Mr. Hall and Mr. Saucier instead. So that's a problem that we have with it, because a lot of the times when you put state law, state statute in and then try to, the HUD code is a federally mandated code that the homes are built to, and they supersede state law. If they don't agree with it, the state will go with the federal, law, because that's how all the homes are built, how we're all regulated. And we actually have a third-party inspector come from that's hired by the federal government to inspect each home. So that's how we ended up having some significant issues with what we've ended up with. And I can tell you that some of the lots at Hillcrest and also Pinecrest will no longer be within the guidelines of this if we don't fix it. And that's why my mom felt so strongly that she should be part of this discussion. We're a nationally recognized manufactured housing community. She is, there's a place called the Manufactured Housing. It's like a museum in Elkhart, Indiana. She's on the wall of legends. My mother's picture is there. You have this quality of person in your community running a business. And we quite frankly are owed more respect than we're given, especially my mom, where she could definitely help out with any portion of this and knows the laws back and forth. We know there's an issue with the state statute that denotes, I don't know, was it the 8-foot one that they're going? Yeah, so the 14 feet width of the homes is what the state has adopted, where in the federal code, the HUD code, they can be as little as 8 feet wide. So we'd put two 8-foot wide homes together and make a 16, or is that math right? Yeah, thanks. It's a little late for me. But yeah, so we could make a smaller double wide. We're trying to move towards what the market actually demands, while also keeping it affordable. So that's something that we are quite capable of selling affordable housing to people that want to move into Scarborough. But as more regulations keep coming to us, the affordability drops with all of the different rules that are being passed against us. And the biggest problem that I have tonight is that we were told we would be included in the discussion, and we were not given an opportunity. We weren't even notified of it. My son Jacob, who also works with us, just happened to check out the town of Scarborough and see that we were on the roster for tonight. And that's not how it should be. We've been 78 years in this town. We've been in business. That's pretty good. 78 years, one owner.
I'm in a similar situation, and I totally respect that. I think you're acting, for what's in your best interest, and a lot of what you do really benefits the town as well.
And not just my best interest, all of these
Everybody's.
people. All these people have come from, they're teachers, they're firefighters, they're policemen, they're working class people.
But at the same time, we're all here volunteers, trying to act within our boundaries, right?
Right.
Within the constraints that we have, and our town attorney is giving us, I think, sound advice that we can't knowingly adopt a law that conflicts with state law. That's beyond our bridges.
You gotta look outside of the box with our types of housing, though, because the state also will look outside the box. If they see something, we are inspected several times a year. They do third-party inspections from the federal government, and we are also inspected by the state numerous times to make sure that everything's up to par in the community.
I've got to bring us back now.
Okay.
I don't usually, don't usually allow public comment in the middle of deliberations. We need to get back to deliberating. And if a counselor chooses to make a motion that.
I just want to make sure you had all the information that you need to do that, because we were supposed to be part of the discussion, and quite frankly, we were lied to, because nobody ever invited us to meet with them.
So let me just, I'll offer an apology to you if that was something that was extended and we never fulfilled it. We never went back into session in ordinance. So
But the
if I,
problem is we're back here again, talking about the same thing.
I understand that.
And
I
no,
understand that.
nobody took any of her suggestions.
Well,
Her being my mother, who is an expert
Yeah,
in this
I've got to
field.
bring us back to order. Sorry.
I'm gonna go.
So
Anyway.
we've got a motion on the table. We've walked through the amendments. Are there additional questions for the town attorney or additional discussion on the amendments as?
no, I'd just like to say, I think we've driven this to ground. The process could be questioned, and I understand the reasons for their frustration. They've been at this a lot longer than I have. You know, I could register my disappointment that it didn't come back to ordinance, but we didn't feel it was necessary. But not communicating with you effectively, obviously put us in a place where we shouldn't be, and I offer you my apology for that. But frankly, we've gone as far as we can, I think, on this matter. We spent a lot of time on it, and I'm sure we'll be revisiting again very soon, and we will make sure to talk to you again.
So we have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. So we are on order 22041, adding the four amendments that Councilor Johnson offered. All those in favor of adding the amendments to the main motion? And it's unanimous. Now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none. Tony, would you call the roll for this one, please?
Counselor Scyther,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina. Yes. Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, we are right about at 10 o'clock.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
quick question. If no new business after 10, are you going to miss out on appointments and committee assignments?
So what I was just about to say was
Glad I
that
could help you along.
our council policy calls for no new business after 10. The council has discretion to override that. So I would entertain a motion to continue conducting business and to see if there's appetite of the council to do so.
Motion to continue?
Second.
Any discussion?
Really?
All those in favor? And opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Councilor Johnson was opposed. So now we're moving on to our order 22042, second reading on the proposed new chapter 1019, the town of Scarborough manufactured housing community licensing ordinance. This is the second of a series of ordinances related to this particular topic. This came out of ordinance committee as well. Tom, do you have any introduction to it or?
Sure. Where do I start? These are all interrelated. I might defer to the town attorney. He's here. He
Okay.
can do it more succinctly.
Phil, can you help us with an intro? I know the licensing for this was embedded in the original ordinance and we are separating it now to be more consistent with how we license other businesses in town.
That's right. So this has come before you on first reading. There, from my understanding, Tom, there's been no suggested amendments since that time. So it's in the same form. That there's been no changes. So this did go through ordinance committee. We did have a meeting with the DeFosses and their attorney. Tom and I did it. We've received comments after that. It went to, and so at this point, it's the council's prerogative. You've heard from the DeFosses who have argued that there should not be a licensing ordinance. That's a policy decision for the council. You're clearly authorized to do so under state law. But otherwise, this just pulls over and modernizes the existing license process that you have in your ordinance that's outdated.
Okay. Appreciate that, Phil. Any members of the public that would like to speak to this?
On several occasions, we are licensed by the state of Maine. And perhaps you could consider that by having a state license and being inspected by the state, that you would accept that as a valid license and just let us present that rather than have this open-ended thing that any town councilor can decide at any time to suggest that somebody that works for the town go down to inspect us to whatever standard you decide is the standard of the day. Let's have something that mirrors the state ordinance the state licensing. They're already inspecting us, accept that, and we'll provide the list to the tax assessor and pay the fee. That way you don't have to have experts in manufactured housing. I don't have to keep coming up here and whining about it. And you'll have a good new ordinance that serves everybody well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing no further public comment, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
So I just have a question. So when this was discussed in ordinance, was what Ms. DeFossis suggested part of the conversation? Or?
Yes, yeah, it came up there as well. And the feeling was that we had we had a practice of requiring licenses, and there were some situations where there was a state license and also a local license. So it was recommended that this be included, and that was unanimously recommended by the committee. So.
And what was the rationale to just keep it licensed?
Well, we do inspect other things and require licenses for them. So, and they were questioning our ability to do that. And the feeling is that we wanted to follow suit with our other established practices in town. And Tom, you can help me with that if that's not how you recall, but.
Yeah, I mean, we have any number of other license processes in town. This was an existing one. I think staff sees the value in having the ability. I don't believe the fee is onerous in and of itself. And I think it's important for the town to have the ability to periodically, at least in this case, annually, to check in on operations. And I'm not familiar enough to know with the state requirements, but I suspect we've crafted these to address local concerns. I guess the final thing I'd say, in any number of those other license processes, many of those require state licenses as well. So it's not a kind of unique in this case.
Councilor McGee.
I think you kind of answered what I was gonna ask, which was, is it possible that what the state is inspecting, or it might differ in some respects to what we might be interested in seeing? I mean, we sure they check every box, would that be a reason to have both of the licenses versus just
Yeah,
one?
I can't speak to what the state, license entails, but this has been crafted locally. Presumably these are parts of the operation that we feel are important at the local level.
And additionally, I think what the effect of what Ms. DeFoster was requesting was basically for us to relinquish our ability to license in this area. And we didn't feel that was something we were prepared to do.
Councilor Sonic.
Ask my question.
Okay.
Good.
I ask the question? There are no standards to which we're being assessed by. So how can we guarantee that our community meets standards of whoever is being sent out to examine it? Like the state of Maine has specific guidelines, the electrical, plumbing, all of that would be normally inspected in a private community such as ours. But when it says in here that any town official can come and inspect us, how do we know that we're in compliance if you don't give us the list of what needs to be okay?
Well, I think for any action to happen, whoever did the inspection would need to convince elected officials that there's a rationale there. That's kind of the way most licenses work.
It states somewhere in here, and I'll find it if you need me to, but it says that any state or any town employee can be appointed to inspect the community, but we don't have any performance guidelines so that we can make sure that we're in compliance. I can guarantee we will be in compliance because these people care very much about their homes and try and keep them really nice. But the town of Scarborough should have to give us some measure to meet so that we can make sure that we're doing what you want us to do. And I don't know why that would be a problem to be, put into this, so that we can make sure that every year we do, I don't know how often you want to want to inspect us, but if you could tell us what standard we need to meet, we'll meet it.
Is there somebody present who can explain what the inspection process is to the council? I don't understand
Or as
what is,
ever-
I don't understand what's being executed on the properties.
So this
At this
inspection
point.
requirement was part of the original ordinance, has been in place for 70 years.
Literally before the times when the mobile homes had toilets in them. Like that was how far back we're going. So the police and fire chief would come through the community. My grandparents would take them around and show them everything. And then they'd get a list of what needs to be, changed. But it's literally that far ago that this was made up. And we're still trying to fit into that. But we're also, we're inspected several times a year by the state manufactured housing board, of which my mother is the chair. So, and I'm the president of the state association of all manufactured housing community owners. So we have the know-how to do this. If you just would tell us what we need to do. I'd like it in writing too.
So I think it comes back to the original intent was just to modernize the ordinance and the language without changing.
And without relinquishing our ability to license.
And I
okay,
don't know
at a
that we've
local level.
actually conducted an inspection in the past,
No.
how many years?
The primary requirement really relates to having accurate assessing data. That's the real requirement.
Every year, like clockwork, you could check with the tax collector, we do exactly what's after that.
I have no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah. But if that's the only thing that you want to include in the inspection, then it should say that. Because what happens if all of you don't go get reappointed or you go on to another town? Then we're stuck with these laws that you've crafted for us with no repercussions. Somebody could decide that, they don't want us to have overhead lines or I don't even know, I'm guessing. It literally could be anything because it doesn't state what we have to follow.
I believe they would be looking for compliance with our existing ordinances. So
Don't comply with your existing ordinances because this is the ordinance. Yeah. We're writing the ordinance, so how do we comply with it when there's no standard? We're not there.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we're in deliberation right now, so
Yeah. This is why we don't go out to 10.
fair enough.
If I could just say that when these come up, the list goes to the code enforcement office and they inspect.
Okay.
I send them to Brian Longstaff, the zoning administrator, and I CC the planning director.
You should
So-
review
and
the
then-
last inspection report from 2 years ago when you said Hillcrest looks straight and Pinecrest doesn't quite measure up. So what?
So
Okay.
So.
Any other questions or discussion, Counselor Seither?
Well, so I'm sensitive to the fact that the applicant feels as though there's no safeguards in place for them if the parameters are not clear on what an inspection means. I think that sounds significant to me in terms of being concerned. I also can appreciate that what we're doing right now is just modernizing the language. And so I feel like we're having two different conversations. Ordinance wants us to vote on this updated language, but we're getting pushback on the ordinance itself.
Well, we're being asked to do this real time.
Well, right. So to that point, I think we can vote on the updated language with the understanding that we need to revisit this in the very near future to understand what an inspection looks like.
So let me just stop right there. So I appreciate your feedback on that in terms of ordinance, but what they're suggesting is that we not include the ability to license properties in their area.
I
And that we were gonna be-
disagree. That's
Well,
not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that they would like to have a clearer picture of what is expected of them. I'm not hearing that they're
I just
asking
heard
for
from
that.
Counselor Clucci that we would be enforcing, it would flow through code enforcement, and those are the things that we follow. There are things in here also in the language, if you've read it, that include safety clearances and lot sizes and those kinds of things that have all been hashed over. So, you know, you want to join us in the next ordinance committee, we can hash through this and try to do that in more detail. I don't think it's necessary. I think we need to vote it as it stands right now and we move forward.
Yes.
Or we could try to, you know, keep going tonight and doing it real time.
I don't think we're going to be successful doing it real time. That having been said, if there are additional issues that that can be worked in the future, I think that's always fair
Absolutely,
game.
absolutely.
But right now, we're voting on what's on the table or entertaining amendments to it. Counselor Anderson.
Just, so we're voting on the modernized language.
Right.
Because the ordinance committee did some cleanup of the work. We need a new baseline. This is giving us a new baseline. It's not the end.
And we did not recommend removing our ability to license.
Can we though, like, just agree that there does need to be a better conversation with Ms. DeFossis and group going forward? It does
Absolutely.
seem like part of the
Absolutely.
frustration, which I totally understand, as you already addressed, is a miscommunication or a misunderstanding in terms of what the next step was. And I would really like to make sure we have a next step that we agree to that is very clear of what we're going to do with this family going
Yeah,
forward.
I'm not willing to make any commitments for ordinance at this time. Thanks.
And Counselor Katarina.
Move the question.
With that, we'll call for the vote. Or I guess I vote on moving the question. Can we, all right. Or is everybody ready to vote anyways? Okay, so let's move the question.
Roll call.
Yes, please.
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
No.
Counselor McGee. And Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
She passes 6.
Okay. Now we're on order 22-043, second reading to repeal chapter 500, the town of Scarborough ordinance relating to trailer and trailer camps. This is related to the last two orders that we had. And actually, this is, I think, a pretty significant one. It repeals the existing ordinance, which was the original intention of a lot of this work. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, this would be a tough one not to vote in favor of. With a repeal and replace, we can't really replace anything unless we repeal it. So, yeah, I would hope that we would vote in favor of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Tony, would you call the roll on this one as well?
Counselor Sider,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
The next is order number 22-056, second reading on the proposed amendment to chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 6, definitions by adding workforce housing. It's coming to us from the Housing Alliance. Counselor Katarina or Tom, do you want to introduce this?
Yeah, I mean, this is, as you know, we talk about workforce housing frequently, but we didn't have a standard definition of it. This comes right from the HUD definitions, as I recall, Mr. Moore.
Certainly, there are some federal guidance, but this is a locally adopted definition
Right.
of workforce.
But it pretty much follows.
Yes.
So that's,
Okay.
that's to use with our existing ordinances. How we have 10 permits for workforce housing, but we didn't have time.
Yeah. Any members of the public here to speak to this? Seeing none, do I have a motion
So moved.
Second.
and discussion?
I had a question. Just Jean Marie, if you can help us with the source for these. I want to, I know you spent a lot of time on it, but I was just I couldn't remember where you drew these really.
From HUD.
From. Pardon?
They're pretty much from HUD.
Okay. And the only other question I had is, these have to do with workforce housing, but there's no, do we talk here about any provision of these? This is basically for rentals. It doesn't talk about any conversion to ownership.
It's
And
got
if,
owner occupied.
owner-
A is.
Provides for both
owner
owner occupied and rental.
okay, thank
As a
you. Thank
practical
you.
matter, with the exception of the growth management ordinance, there's no other area in your ordinance that references workforce housing. So for this to be effective, there needs to be further work in our zoning ordinance to
Great,
really maximize it, start using it.
great, thank you.
Okay. I know we're all getting tired now.
What? Ooh.
No further discussion on workforce housing.
Workforce housing.
All those in favor, show of hands. Motion passes. It's unanimous. Tony, we're unanimous on workforce housing. Next is order 22-057, second reading on the proposed zoning map amendment to change a portion of Highland Ave from rural residential farming to to residential R2. Comes to us from the property owner. Has gone through a couple of different committees as well. I don't know who the best person to introduce this is.
The applicant's here as in his consultant, perhaps.
Well, you stayed this long. My apologies for that.
I can see you have a tough job ahead of you and a lot of hours. Richard Fowler, I'm the property owner at 42 Highland Avenue. I brought this proposal to Jay Chase in April of 2018. We started on this to get this change, and we waited for the comprehensive plan to get finalized and stuff, and that took a couple of years, and then we got into COVID, so here we are 4 years later, still working on it. I wanted Jay to see if I could get my land at 42 Highland Avenue to conform with the surrounding neighborhood. The majority of my side of the road, which is Highland Avenue, from Chamberlain Road at Highland Avenue, the fork right there, to Black Point Road. There's 19 houses on my side of the road, which is the railroad track side. 19 houses that are R2 already. There's 5 of us in that little block right there that are RF. And all I wanted to do was to confirm, those 5 lots, all my neighbors agreed and signed the papers, which you have here, to confirm with the rest of the street on our side is R2. Any other questions you have? Jim's here to answer anything technically. Thank you for your time.
So
Thank you, sir.
I did have one question, and I forget the number, and I think that it was your representative here from Northeast Civil Solutions answered the question, but what number of additional units will be able to be built by this change?
Well, that depends on the last residence, which is Meserve's, which is a little bit bigger property. He'd probably have to go through the development plan. But as far as out of the 5 people, 2 of them, they can't change their lot because where the house is located on their lot, which was done probably 15, probably 20 years ago when they built their house. There's probably 3 of us that might be able to get 2 lots out of my piece of property at the most. My neighbor down the street could probably get 1 or 2, and the neighbor beyond him to the right would probably be able to get 1 lot. But the biggest part is the Meserve's, which is already half of his property is R2 and half of it's R4. So I'd have no plans of right off the bat doing something, but there probably could be 6 to 8 lots maybe.
Okay.
I think the 8 to 16 was a little bit high.
Total units?
Yeah, total units.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a question for you, Mr. Fowler, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I watched the planning board meeting on this. I see the minutes. Not seeing what I was looking for though. Isn't it true though, that this started because you wanted to subdivide your property for your son?
Yes. Yeah.
So just curious, how did this expand to a zoning change to incorporate all your other neighbors?
Well, I think Jay going through the comprehensive plan, that this little piece of property in the comprehensive plan is what we could fix, that something that happened 15 or 20 years ago, why we were left out of that. Being R2, like everybody else on our street, that little strip of land got left out from being R2. Why it didn't get changed 15 or 20 years ago, I'm not sure why.
So everything was zoned the other way, Tom, at one time? And then on the right-hand side of the road, they changed the zoning and this got left.
I think this plan probably shows it the best. The shaded area is the
area in question.
is the area in question.
Yes.
And obviously on either end of it, you can see the letter yellow color, which is the R2.
Yep.
And I believe in consultation with the planning director, when they looked at this, the suggestion was, well, let's clean this up so there's consistency of zoning in this area. So it's not uncommon for a homeowner to come forward with a particular request and for us to say, well, as we're doing this, let's kind of clean up the rest of it and make it consistent.
Yeah, I remember cleanup.
And I went through the notes again. I recall that long range planning was 10, they estimated 10 to 18 new house lots was the number. So.
Okay, because this could have been just solved just for you, right? Could have come for an exception or something on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So one comment I make, in the discussion, Jean Marie will remember this, in the discussion on long range planning, this is, I think, an example of infill, okay? So where you have an area where, it's already a certain zone and then we're gonna even it up or, make it all complete, but then, it does mean additional units. And this is something that doesn't really hit the radar screen, but if you multiply the effect of this, it's not a small number.
So let's put this on the floor. Do I have a
John can
motion?
tell that I'm getting twitchy because there's no motion.
Thank you for
It's
doing
not
that.
on the table.
It's after 10.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Now we're back to this. Oh, we just moved to put it on the
Now we're
floor. We
talking
have not
about it
acted.
officially.
Yeah.
We're not done yet. Sorry.
Oh, did you have public comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I missed that. So,
I'm Robert Cook. I actually I live at 44 Highland Avenue,
Okay.
so I am part of this whole thing. I'm actually in favor of it going to R2 instead of the RF as we've had it.
Okay.
It's just, I never understood why just that section was always RF. Then they changed it. So my property line is actually 20 feet. If it is R2 and the rest of it's RF. So my neighbor got rid of he ended up dividing the lots between my house and the entrance into the old cement plant out back.
Yeah.
And that's how those other lots got developed there. So I'm in favor of this happening. That's all I wanted to put on record.
thank you.
Thank you.
And what was your name, sir?
Robert Cook.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment.
Okay, so
It's on the floor.
we have public comment. It is on the floor.
Mhm.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Council.
Yeah, it just, I watched the planning board meeting and I'm not seeing it in the minutes. I actually asked Rachel to make sure it was in the minutes. It's not, so I'll get back to her about it. But there was some pretty good discussion on this. And the concern was that if you do this for this lot, how are you gonna say no for the next section? Zone the same. That wants to change the zoning because they want to split lots. There just wasn't any rationale for it. Just want to
Are
bring
you
that
looking
up.
at a next section on here or?
I'm looking at the minutes from the planning board. I just don't see them. So I'm taking them from my memory. Sorry, I'm old. But it was a pretty feisty, it was actually worthy of the minutes and it's not in the minutes. So that's what the concern was, to be ready for other folks approaching with the same request and start explaining when you start saying no. So anyway, I'm not going to support this. So
Mr.
I'm good.
Chair, I may be able to
Counselor.
address.
Well, you said he's not going to support it.
I think what they meant, like, I wasn't at the point where I didn't watch it, but my understanding, that's fine, but I'm just telling you. As someone who knows we need more housing in reasonable places, okay? That there may be pockets in the town where there are other situations like this. I think you take them each by each and decide what it makes sense or not. I don't know what the big deal is, but there you go.
Right. And just let's continue the conversation. That was part of, that's why it was a very robust discussion, if anyone wants to go, because it was still, it's my mindset, and I'll say it again. we're continuously changing zoning for residential. I'll change it all day long for commercial when it makes sense, but continually doing it for residential growth when we have designated areas for residential density growth. So maybe it's time to just revisit all our zoning, because we're dealing with
Well, that's a good. point.
growth zoning changes of marijuana. That's all we do
All
lately.
right, but we've got this tonight, so.
Right. I mean, that's our job is to deal with zoning, and particularly in cases like this, when it doesn't make sense, what's happening is to fix it. And it's been 3 years in the process. Is that what I've heard?
Yes.
To get it to this point where we can make a decision about that rezoning. That's a tall standard. It's not like this is going to happen every well, it might happen every 5 minutes, but it takes everybody 3 years, 4 years to get through the process. You're not compounding growth very much by adding these 15 units or 8 units, whatever it is. So it just looks like it, looking at the map, it makes sense. I don't know why it was, I concur with Jay. I don't know why it wasn't changed in the first place. It looks like it should have been.
Anyway.
You're the planning guy. What do you got?
I'm ready.
Oh, that's right.
Who's to say that that R2 zone wasn't RF that was just converted over? And I mean, that's the way, look, our zoning map looks like an army camouflage uniform. So if you want to try to connect the dots all across this town, I'm going to tell you it's a free for all, because you can make your connection anywhere you like in this town. It's not gerrymandered. It's just over time it evolves and there's creep and it always shifts. We did it right across the street at Route 1 to accommodate a market, and to it happens constantly. I mean, I saw it all the time on the planning board. Just as a rule of thumb, I have to have a really good reason to want to switch zoning. And for this isn't doing it for me. This is just more house lots. If that's what you wanted, there's a contract zone process or something else. But this is just, personally, I'm tired of seeing all of our RF converted into something that we can jam more houses into. That's where I land on this.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
If I may, just some quick comments. Please keep in mind that the properties that we're talking about on that between Highland Avenue and the railroad tracks, that strip of property was developed and these lots were created independently between 70 years ago and about 30 years ago. The area that's across the street, across Highland Avenue, that is the RF zone, was created about 20 years ago. It used to be a farm, a big open field farm. It sort of begs the question, why wouldn't that area be RF? To extend that finger, as it were, of RF zoning more recently to encompass properties that were already there and developed. There are already houses on these properties. Every one of them is developed. Even the Long Range Planning Committee, the chairman of whom was actively involved in the zoning at the time, had said, we missed that. That shouldn't have been that way. There should be a connection. Does it look a little weird with, the barbell effect, et cetera? Well, maybe geographically, but it connects properties that were already established and should have been, according to the auspices of the areas on either side of this, similar to those particular areas. When you take a look at this map, you can see the lots that are on either end. They much more conform to the R2 zone than they would the RF. None of them actually fits in the RF. So why that was actually created as an RF zone after the fact to include a lot of these properties that were already created kind of begs the question, as Katarina brought up, this is what we do. The comprehensive plan specifically talks about encouraging essentially infill lots or the development of properties with them that have a lesser impact on the environment in terms of sprawl. That's not typically what we want. It used to be that way. Let's go for the 5-acre lots in Western Scarborough, et cetera. That's not the way it is right now. So we're trying to take these lots that already exist and be able to improve them for the people that are living there to be able to potentially basically join the club, as it were, of the R2. Now, one of the things I think Mr. Johnson brought up about, or somebody brought up about the number of units that could go in there. And it had come up months ago about, well, there could be, 14 to 16 units, something to that effect. That assumes that we're only dealing with the land. that there was no actual division of properties on that. If it was all a vacant strip of land to be developed, then yes, at half-acre zoning, you could probably get, it's about 8 acres overall. So you could probably get about 15 or 16 lots in there. That's not the case. Again, these lots have already been developed decades ago. And as just indicated, Mr. Fowler indicated, there's only 3 lots actually here that could take advantage of that. Even though the 6 landowners that this attaches, or that the RF affects, they've all signed off on the letters that you have in your packet stating that, yes, we would like that, but only 3 of them are eligible because the others, the houses of the other lots are in the middle of their lots. So they can't actually be split off, even according to the R2 zoning, but everybody's for it, or nobody's against it. Let's put it that way. And again, you've got the letters of encouragement to be able to enact this. So I would just like to encourage the council. I mean, this is what we do. You are the highest body that we can go to in terms of changing these regulations, and it just makes sense. And I also agree that there may be other places in town. We've been here for 30 years. I've been here for 30 years, and there are a few of these little pockets elsewhere. Well, this is one of the opportunities at this time to be able to correct one of those. And the others, they may never show up. They might. And we deal with those one at a time, like a planning board site plan or a zoning board variance or what have you. It's only one at a time. And this is what we're here for this evening. So toward that end, I would encourage you to be able to do what, according to the Long Range Planning Committee, should have been done before in conjunction with the RF zoning across the street. And it was basically just missed. So toward that end, again, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Just one comment. So somebody mentioned this, it could have been Ken or Nick, or someone else, I can't remember, but it's late, but if so, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this goes back to what's happening, with our quasi judicial committees and other ones like that, they're really, their role is to interpret zoning. And the only way to change zoning is a contract zone amendment or application.
Or us.
For us, right?
With this process.
With a community benefit standard,
No,
or we just do it like we're doing it now.
contract zoning is community benefit.
Right. So contract zoning is something that doesn't fit. What they're asking for is they're saying our neighbors are given this classification. We should have the same classification. And that's a determination for us.
And this is a simple majority vote or super
Yes.
majority?
With simple majority.
I have a question too. In the event that this doesn't pass, but Mr. Fowler would still like to split his lot, there is some option available to property owners within this zone if they wanted to pursue a different avenue or no?
That I'm aware of.
I don't believe so. I don't think this would be eligible to go through the zoning board process. I don't think of practical difficulty. I don't think
Right.
a cogent, strong enough legal argument to be made that a variance could be granted. So I think the 2 options are contract zoning or straight zone change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Everybody's falling asleep. John, you look like you're thinking, are we ready to move on? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Tony, would you help me with that, please?
Counselor Sider,
Man, sometimes I really don't want to go first.
okay. Counselor McGee,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
No.
Counselor Hamel,
No,
Counselor Sider,
I knew it.
Oh,
I knew it. No.
and Chairman Pucci.
Yes.
Motion fails.
There's no recourse. It's. I respect the obviously the women of the board. This is a travesty. This is really a travesty for very small lots that existed.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You
Next.
bring it up for reconsideration the next meeting. Suppose you change that.
Moving on to order number 22-05 seconds. I'm sorry. 22-064, second reading on the proposed amendment to chapter 311, schedule of fees to change the reference to chapter 500, trailer and trailer camp to chapter 1019, Town of Scarborough manufacturing housing community licensing ordinance. This is in line with the previous amendments that we entertained. Tony, did you have anything to add? I believe it's just simply fixing a reference. That any members of the public here to speak to this? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. And it's unanimous. New business, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance, section 9, 0 or 0.1, utility scale solar energy systems. Tom, are you introducing this?
I'm not. Jamie Fitch is online. She can introduce it. I believe.
Oh, she's brave. Good for her.
Still awake.
Good for her.
Jamie, yeah. Good evening, Jamie.
Good evening.
Thank you for staying.
You are so welcome. So this is a revision, proposed revision from the Sustainability Committee to the utility scale solar ordinance relating primarily to the natural resource standard related to tree cutting. The way the ordinance currently reads, landowners and solar developers are not allowed to remove any trees to construct a solar array. And it has led to a couple projects not being able to move forward. I just want to point out that this is the only section of our zoning ordinance that speaks to prohibiting tree cutting. And so we're kind of not allowing this type of development to move forward where other types of development like residential house lots and roads and commercial development could move forward on these forested properties. We did an analysis of the properties that are eligible to develop solar based on the ordinance. It is properties of 25 acres or larger within the industrial, light industrial, rural farming, and rural farming manufactured housing zones in town. Many of those, the majority of those had forest stands that would severely limit or exclude entirely solar development on them. So the committee tried to strike a balance to allow some tree cutting, trying to minimize it and limiting it to only what is needed for construction, operation, and maintenance of the solar array. A revegetation plan would be required as part of their approval process with the planning board. And also as part of the decommissioning process, they would be required to revegetate at a similar density as what was removed from the original property. That's all I can think of at this moment. I'm happy to answer questions that you may have. We're recommending that this go to planning board for their review and comment at this time.
Thank you, Jamie. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this? And
Allison, you should be able to speak if you unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
we can.
Yep.
Thank you very much for still be going at it. This has been quite a meeting and I appreciate, no, seriously, you guys are champs tonight. It's really been an incredible evening. I wanted to speak to this as I have in the past. So when the ordinance committee and the council took up utility scale solar farm zoning a little less than 2 years ago, I believe there were 4 proposed locations. 2 were on unbuildable landfills, which is appropriate and consistent with how Portland, South Portland, Cape, and other municipalities cite them. It also adding budget relief. The Echo Maine adds budget relief to Scarborough and Scarborough taxpayers, and this makes perfect sense. The two other proposed sites were on private property on which the property owners were presented with the opportunity to enter into lucrative lease deals with solar energy companies looking for site locations. These proposed sites offer no benefit to the town of Scarborough or to its taxpayers. Now, less than 2 years later, the ordinance is up for discussion again, apparently to accommodate one of these property owners whose third-party arrangement couldn't meet the performance standards that were set initially by the sustainability ordinance committees and the council. And to make that accommodation, we are all now willing to cut down mature trees and install panels on working agricultural land at the discretion of out-of-state solar energy companies who have no connection to or concern about Scarborough, or other than how much money they can make off of siting solar farms here. This makes no sense. I would hope the Sustainability Committee and the council would consider the decades it would take to replace mature trees. And also want to mention a New York Times article that recently reported on a global initiative to plant 1 trillion trees to combat climate change. Also reporting that 15 billion trees are cleared for a net loss of 10 million trees annually. Let's not contribute to this problem by clearing trees as part of this solution. When the council revisited the solar farm performance standards, while you're revisiting, I would also ask council to revisit permitted zoning districts. Look at other Maine municipalities and you'll find solar farms primarily sited on landfills and in industrial zones. 2 years ago, I made the recommendation to create a solar farm overlay, which resulted in allowing displays on parcels of 25 acres or more, which is pretty much what developers need anyway for a site to be profitable, versus where in town solar farms would be permitted. Utility scale solar farms operate as commercial power plants and have no place in residential neighborhoods, no matter how these areas are zoned. During the planning board meeting on the marijuana ordinance going back a few years, it was pointed out that the RF district in the Black Point and Spurwink Road corridors had been previously zoned as rural residential and were rezoned 2 decades ago to encourage agriculture. To my knowledge, there's been no new agricultural farms established in those 20 years, only new houses, and most recently, the meadows at Piper Shores. Jamie's list of properties eligible for solar development include 3 on Black Point Road, 3 on Spurwink, and 1 on Marion Jordan, where they would be unsightly and not consistent with what currently exists. Today, it's solar farms allowing marijuana cultivation and related manufacturing in the RF is also under discussion. Where is the predictability for the residents who live in this neighborhood? Let's not assume a solar farm wouldn't be developed in this area because the land is so expensive or because it's in or abuts the shoreland zone. No one would have predicted Verizon would have sited a cell phone tower on the sanitary district property, but there it is. So I would say, please consider an overlay that would keep solar farms out of residential neighborhoods. And I thank you for your time and your consideration. Deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol.
I had a question for Jamie. I couldn't get to.
Jamie, you still here?
Yes, I am.
Counselor Johnson has a question.
Jamie, bear with me a little bit. It's late. Sorry, I'm tired. But it hasn't been 2 years. The ink's not even dry on this ordinance yet. And I was on the ordinance committee when this came forward. So I need to help my memory a little bit, because I remember the rationale, because we went from sustainability, helping homeowners put solar panels on our house, to advocating for commercial solar. The rationale behind that, if I recall correctly, because I read that and we had long discussions on it, where this was for farmland that had unusable farming. And it was a mechanism for them to keep that land in the family or to at least generate some income for those farmers. That's why there was a landfill, there was, I think we used plenty, you brought forward, that's why I was asking, you happen to have the initial presentation to the ordinance committee for the rationale behind the solar farms. And the reason why I ask that is because why we're changing this is there's somebody with a farm, a workable farm, that also wants solar panels. And they can't do both unless they cut trees, which flies in the face for the rationale initially for the solar farms. It was to put it in a 25-acre land that was now no longer usable for farming. That was the rationale to convince this thing to move forward. And that was about a year ago. So different day, different story, I'm not sure, but I was wondering if you could help me, if you could pull that up so the full council could hear that rationale in the initial ordinance.
I'm sorry, are you?
Sorry about rambling.
Are you asking her to find a presentation?
Yeah, if she happens to have, because, yeah,
Don't know.
not have a
That's
presentation.
A fair request at this hour with no notice.
Really? All right.
Maybe I misunderstand.
I'm happy, I can speak to, there was one example of a property owner in Scarborough who was a farmer and was trying to maintain his family's property. Farming was no longer going to allow him essentially to afford to keep the property. And he saw this as an opportunity to keep a portion of his land as a working farm while also generating some additional income to maintain his property and not have to subdivide it and not have to develop it. He had a very moving story where he promised his grandmother that he would not divide the family's property. So that is one example of just the way that this ordinance tried to put something in place that would benefit the community and benefit residents and be a good thing, but by restricting kind of the use of the property or how the property needed to be altered in order to develop solar, we really prohibited this particular landowner and potentially others from having a solar array on their property.
Right.
And
all right.
Again, this is the only section of our zoning ordinance that speaks to cutting down trees. So in essence, the town is prioritizing residential development and roads and buildings over temporary solar development.
Yeah. All right, thanks. I actually remember that story too. So, all right, thank you. I'll
Jamie,
retract it. Like I said, it's late. I just thought the premise for the original has changed, but maybe
just
my memory
process-
has faltered.
To date, this came out of sustainability with the favorable recommendation. It came out of ordinance with the unanimous recommendation. And it's before us to go to the planning board for additional discussion and analysis. So with that, we haven't put it on the floor yet, right?
I don't know where we are.
No.
Let's,
Moved.
okay, the second,
Second.
any discussion? Counselor Katarina?
I would just remind my fellow counselors that this is a first reading. So it's gotta go through more of a process, so we don't have to figure it all out tonight. That's all.
Thank you. Good point.
Any additional discussion, Counselor Seiler?
I know it's late, so I'll make it quick, but Jamie really does speak to this so well. Like what the tree cutting was, the idea that we would limit people who wanted to put solar on their property from cutting trees, but we don't limit them from selling to a developer to have their property clear cut. We're prioritizing, as Jamie just put it so eloquently, we're prioritizing development, which once those trees are gone and the houses are there, it's never reverting back to a farm. Whereas a solar array can be, or installation can be removed and reforested. And so that really is the most compelling part of that for me.
No growth permits.
And no growth permits. Tom's getting flipped.
It's really getting late. Let's take that up now.
Counselor McGee?
Yeah, real quick. This is one of those things that lessons learned from years ago when we were looking at the cell phone issue here in town, the cell tower issues. One of the things I think I learned from that whole exercise is that we actually thought it was a great idea to make it 25 acre minimum lots, because we're like, yeah, we've limited where they can go. And then you find out, oh crap, we limited where they could go, and they end up in places like the Marsh.
Right.
So some of the wisdom of the 25 acres, I can understand, but at the same time, it's like, if you do limit their choices, they do end up in areas maybe you didn't want them. So like Allison had mentioned, I'd be in favor of encouraging the planning board to maybe look at an overlay zone. Might make more sense. That way it's not just, it's 25 acres, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. Just lesson learned. Thought I'd share it.
The crazy thing is, if the guy just cut the trees down and put the things up, no one would have said anything, you know, or you can, it's his property, you can do it, you know, so, I mean, we went through this recently with people who cut a bunch of trees around, you know, Bailey's restaurant, and, you know, there's nothing you could do about it, you know, it's his property. Looked like, yeah, we had a fit about it. Paul Johnson had a fit about it, nothing you could do about it.
So bringing us back. I'm going to call the vote to move this to the planning board. All those in favor, please raise your hand, and it is unanimous. Next is order number 22-076, first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 301, the Town of Scarborough Administrative Code, and adding Article 8, Department of Engineering and Technical Services. Liam.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I don't know if I know how to be brief. The background here is that we established a technical services division a few years ago. This is really the evolution of that, coming out as a division underneath planning to be a standalone department. It's a department that would be, as the code suggests, would be sort of chaired or headed up by the town engineer, and would fall under that sustainability. So Jamie Fitch, you just heard from, GIS, and our engineering technician, which was one of our more recently funded positions. So I think it's, you know, as we do have some staff development and growth, I think it's making the department a bit more manageable and independent, which is really how it's been operating for the last few years anyway.
And you did bring this to ordinance, and it did come out with the unanimous recommendation, as I recall as well. Any members of the public like to speak to this? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to add, we had an extensive conversation about this and kind of put it through the HR screen in terms of, does it make sense? And is it clear it's not, we're not just empire building? And there were good sound reasons for this, not only in terms of having a flatter organization, but recognizing that over time that accountability is going to become very robust, and also as an opportunity, you know, for growth over time in terms of Angela Blanchett's position. So we did the HR test, and it passed with flying colors.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Next is order number 22-077, act to adopt the fiscal year 2023 school budget resolution as required by state statute. I think we've lost our school department reps that were here. This is something that's required every year after it's passed voter referendum. We have to actually adopt the, I think, 10 categories that they are then bound by. Tom, do you have anything to add?
No, that's fair.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. We had an easy one. Next is order number 22-078, act on the request to enter into a lease agreement with Bell Atlantic Mobile Systems LLC doing business as Verizon Wireless, and authorize the town manager to sign any and all documents. Yay.
Yes, very pleased to present to you a lease that's been negotiated with Verizon Wireless. This is moved with fairly lightning speed, in my opinion. The lease is virtually identical to the AT&T lease that our council approved. It does provide for certainly the necessary protections, and the revenue stream is consistent with what we've budgeted and what we've kind of set the standard for, set the market at, if you will. I will say that I think this will be well received by the public. I don't know if you've heard, but I certainly have heard from Verizon customers that service, particularly in the Oak Hill area, is very substandard. So clearly they've listened to that, and they're making investments to try to correct it. So I do recommend approval.
Any questions for Tom? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
So the first one was AT&T, Tom?
Yes.
Okay. It's working so well.
I'm excited about this because I do not get a signal anywhere around here. As Ken knows when I try to talk to him.
Still there?
So with that, no further discussion. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. And the last item, order number 22-079, act on the request to make council staff appointments as recommended from council chair. That would be me. This is to give Nick some roles and others. So the primary is adding him to the ordinance committee and Fair Housing Authority, and assuming Paul Johnson's role as our economic development lead, which includes the Chamber of Commerce, SEDCO, and the Downs. Talked to Nick a couple of times, socialized this with other counselors. I think he's up for the job. Look forward to getting him into it.
Should the economic development assignment also include GP cogs? Do they count as economic development agency or not?
They
I know
do
we
not,
can. Okay.
as I brought this forward.
Thought I'd ask.
Yeah. We can talk about that next year, though. Okay, and the other change is PAX meets during the day, and Councilor Anderson had trouble making those meetings, so he's recommended actually that we place Angela Blanchett there, which I think is a great idea. So that's included, and then the Senior Advisory Housing Committee, Senior Advisory Committee, similar situation, they meet early in the morning, so Councilor Kettering is
And I used to do it, so.
agreed to resume that. Any questions from council? Any comments from the public? Do I have a motion?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Now, we did reshuffle the agenda. Town manager's report is now. Oh, Tom, you feeling the love there, huh? He's got to do it.
Send us an email.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm pleased to do it by email.
It's just do it.
No, I'm serious. Go through it.
Yeah.
Good. As quickly as I can, but thoroughly. Update on our recruitments. I'm pleased to announce that I have extended an offer for a planning director, and we have an acceptance. I'm gonna make sure I get her name right. Autumn Spear is her name. She's worked her whole career and lived her whole life in Texas, and she and her family have chosen coastal southern Maine as their destination point. Super excited with her experience, her enthusiasm, her personality. She also has, and you might be interested to hear, a number of our questions in the interviews had to do with growth. And she currently works in a community in the suburbs of Austin who's experiencing astronomical growth. I can't quote what that is, but it's makes us look like child's play. And she has some very keen ideas about how to track it, how to explain it, how to. So I'm really excited about really the full package that she'll bring to our organization. And look forward to introducing her to you. For Public Works, I've decided to go back out on the street again. And that's a process that Liam and I will get back up and running. I think I've done this once recently in the past with the police chief. It's just these senior staff positions, it really, it behooves me and it's incumbent on me to be patient and to be thorough and to really find that right fit. So that's what I'm doing. Finance director position closed just this past Sunday. Fairly small turnout. We do have two, I'll say, highly qualified candidates that we're pursuing. So I'll certainly provide an update there. This is a very key position, as you can all appreciate. There's a number of project updates I do want to provide, and we'll do more through social media, but DOT will be doing very significant repaving work starting next week. So Highland Avenue from Black Point all the way to Chamberlain, Black Point from Highland Avenue, essentially the railroad tracks, all the way down to the fire station at Spurwink. And then Spurwink Road from Black Point to Ocean Avenue. And the Spurwink piece, you might recall, we are doing a project from Ocean Avenue to the Cape Line. So they'll be doing their work mirroring our lane widths and our shoulder for pedestrian and bike safety. So very excited. It's going to be very busy that end of town over the next 7 to 10 days. So be aware. Our Gorham Road project, you might have noticed the gas work is complete. It's semi-passable. But that's not for long because we're remobilizing first week of August, and the sewer work will be undertaken. And we'll see how far they get, but I suspect certainly final paving, perhaps the curb and sidewalk work may extend into the spring, but I'll keep you apprised as we go forward. I guess two final pieces, the turf replacement project is well underway. They removed the old turf. I saw the new turf being delivered today. The good news is they did look at the base, they re-leveled it, put some more material, everything looks good, no surprises. So things appear to be right on track for that project. And just a final point, starting tomorrow, Bridges Drive, which is that little piece of road between Holmes Road and Payne Road, will be closed tomorrow as they're doing work as part of the TMP. And ultimately, some of the turn lane movements will be restricted. So just, again, I think people appreciate that area of town has been pretty busy. I will say that I'll compliment the contractor. I use that regularly, and they really do keep the traffic flowing in spite of a lot of work going on. Also, the town is the recipient of a grant. This is the Maine Infrastructure Adaptation Fund grant through DOT. The project down here off Sawyer Road, Sawgrass is the name. It's a 20-lot subdivision or so. Mill Brook goes underneath their entrance road, and there's been the cause of some fairly significant flooding upstream into Sawyer Road and back onto the school property, actually. And it really has to do with the culvert being undersized. So we do have a $60,000 grant that will pay for the engineering design component. And there is a construction piece that will hopefully line up for as well. Our new ladder truck was delivered last week. We've had the factory representatives here doing training on mechanicals and systems. It's now Public Works for installation of some final parts and pieces. There is what they call a push-in ceremony where literally folks get in front of it and push it back for the first time into the bay. And that will be on August 3rd at 3 p.m. at the Dunstan Station where it will reside. A couple of housekeeping things. Parks and Facilities Master Plan, the survey is complete. Really tremendous response in terms of those that we reached out to, and then it went public. The consultant was very pleased with the great response. And there will be a public meeting on August 11th. There's more publicity to follow here in these chambers, and it will really be for the consultant to present some of the preliminary findings from that survey results. Summerfest this year, we're back on. That will be August 19th, 5 to 10 down here, kind of in the athletic complex. And this year, we're also combining an open house with the public safety building, which is something we have not been able to do. We opened that during the pandemic and for obvious reasons, haven't been able to invite the public in the way we really want to. So 5 to 7 that evening, and we figured we'd combine it with Summerfest while people are on campus, and hopefully we'll get great turnout. So again, all those things will get some good publicity. The last piece I just want to mention is LD 290. This is a piece of legislation that was passed right at the tail end of last legislative session. I believe it comes effective Augugst 8th, and I think that is the 90-day requirement, effective date, if you will, from passage. I must admit, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. It appears as though this legislation was born in the best of intentions and appears very attractive. As the practitioner, one of the ones that's going to have to administer it, we have lots of questions. And the state has advised that they'll be providing guidance shortly. So as soon as we know something, we'll certainly be communicating out to our residents. But in short order, what this intends to do is to stabilize property taxes for individuals 65 years or older who own a homestead for at least 10 years. Again, the actual mechanics of what that stabilization means are important. And then on the backside, we'll just have to have systems to be able to track those differences, because the state is to make us whole on that remainder, if you will. So
Tom.
But they only have $3 million for the whole state.
Anyone want to take,
$150 check back. That's all.
Pardon?
anyone want to lay odds on the chances of that making it through without some kind of means testing being put in place?
It's a fair point. There are no income requirements, and you know, the assessors also kind of question the constitutional integrity of it.
Yeah, I'm not proposing that, by the way.
But again, I think it was born in the best of intentions. Hopefully there's a way to kind of work out those wrinkles so it's practical and of value to our residents.
No one will ever leave Scarborough if that gets passed.
So thank you for your patience. That's my report for this
That wasn't
evening.
so bad. Any questions for Tom?
One quick question. Can you tell us, Tom, how the workshop with the Spurwink abutters went? Whether that project is being well received, if people had questions, what the turnout was like? I know there were a lot of cars. in
Yeah,
the
there were
parking lot.
over 50 people in attendance.
Yeah.
So frankly, communications might want to connect with them and find out what did they do? Was it food? How did they get people there? I think there was a range of comments. I think staffs reported to me that generally they were positive. A lot of folks appreciate the fact that that's a heavily traveled route, vehicles and also bikes and pedestrians. Others were wondering whether it's a wise use of public funds. It's not a cheap project. But I would dare say I think the on balance it was a positive input. The meeting was set up such that they had, and this is a several mile project, and they had laid out across the tables actually the entire section of the project. And so folks were able to actually come up and see their homes and see how they were being affected, which we find to be really effective. And people are able to mark up and ask questions. So a rousing success in terms of the turnout. Sure.
Was it mostly the homeowners that live
Yes.
along the road?
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. I'm gonna combine 10 and 11, standing and special committee reports and council member comments. So if you have something left to say, just raise your hand and please do. And we're all gonna be silent. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.